Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settled over Baker Street like a gentleman's sigh, thick and weary, carrying with it the particular dampness of a London November that had overstayed its welcome. Inside 221B, the fire crackled with a rhythm that suggested it too had grown comfortable with the season's melancholy, casting amber shadows that danced lazily across the Persian rug. The scent of pipe tobacco mingled with the faint metallic tang of coal smoke drifting up from the street below, where gas lamps flickered like uncertain thoughts in the gathering dusk. Sherlock Holmes sat in his customary chair, his long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, eyes half closed in that peculiar state of repose that meant his mind was anywhere but restful. The room held the quietness of late afternoon in autumn, when London seems to pause between the urges of day and the mysteries of night, and even the city's perpetual rumble becomes something almost like music, distant, rhythmic, strangely soothing. Dr. John Watson occupied the chair opposite, a medical journal open on his lap, though his eyes had long since abandoned the printed page in favour of watching the firelight play across the ceiling. His fingers absently traced the arm of the chair, feeling the worn velvet beneath his touch, smooth in some places, threadbare in others, each imperfection a small history. Outside, the muffled clip-clop of a hansom cab passed, its wheels whispering against the damp cobblestones, carrying someone toward an evening engagement or away from one. It was impossible to say which, and in that moment it hardly seemed to matter. The telegram arrived at 17 minutes past 5. Watson would remember this detail later, not because he had noted the time with any particular care, but because the clock on the mantelpiece had chimed the quarter hour just as Mrs. Hudson's footsteps creaked on the stairs, each step announcing her approach with the particular rhythm of someone carrying news they suspected would disrupt a peaceful evening. "Telegram for you, Mr. Holmes," she said, entering with that mixture of formality and familiarity that only a long-standing landlady can master. Her voice carried the soft burr of her origins, somewhere north of London where the vowels stretched a bit longer and the consonants didn't cut quite so sharp. Marked urgent, though I confess they all seem urgent these days. I sometimes wonder if the telegram service has forgotten how to send a leisurely message. Holmes's eyes opened fully, and he unfolded himself from the chair with a fluid grace that always surprised Watson, given how entirely motionless the detective could remain for hours at a time. He took the telegram with a nod of thanks, his fingers already working at the seal, before Mrs. Hudson had quite closed the door behind her. The room settled back into its quietness, but it was a different sort of quiet now. Expectant. Waiting. Watson found himself listening to the small sounds. The whisper of paper unfolding, the faint hiss of the fire, the distant call of a street vendor whose voice had gone hoarse from a day of hawking whatever small comforts he had to sell to a city that always needed comforting. Holmes read the telegram once quickly, then again with the slow deliberation of a man translating not just words but implications, the spaces between words, the choices of what had been said and what had been carefully left unsaid. His expression shifted through several subtle configurations: interest, calculation, something that might have been concerned if Holmes ever admitted to such commonplace emotions. "Well," he said finally, his voice carrying that particular tone of satisfaction that meant a puzzle had just presented itself at precisely the moment boredom had begun to sharpen its teeth. "It seems my brother needs us." Watson closed his journal, careful to mark his place, though he could no longer remember what article he'd been attempting to read. "Mycroft? That's unusual. He generally prefers his puzzles to remain comfortably confined to Whitehall." "Indeed." which makes this summons all the more intriguing. Holmes crossed to the window holding the telegram up to catch the last grey light of the afternoon. He writes with his customary brevity, which in itself tells me a great deal. Diplomatic matter, Swiss Alps, presence required immediately. Regrettable incidents demand discretion. Letter follows. And then, as if in afterthought, though I assure you nothing Mycroft does is afterthought, he adds, bring suitable attire for mountain conditions. The Swiss Alps? Watson rose from his chair, feeling a small flutter of something between apprehension and excitement. In November, Mycroft's sense of timing has always been impeccable, though rarely convenient. Holmes moved away from the window, already calculating, his mind visible in the small movements of his eyes, the way his fingers drummed once against his thigh. A diplomatic matter suggests some gathering of consequence. Switzerland's neutrality makes it the natural venue for delicate negotiations, the sort where nations might discuss what they would never commit to paper, much less announce to their respective parliaments. Watson crossed to the mantelpiece, where the clock now showed 5:30, its brass face reflecting the firelight in small warm glimmers. And the regrettable incident? There's the hook, isn't it? Holmes turned back to face his friend, and Watson saw that particular gleam in his eye that meant the game, as Holmes was fond of saying, was afoot. Mycroft is not a man given to melodrama. When he calls something regrettable, he means it has complicated implications. When he demands discretion, he means the matter touches upon things nations would prefer to keep quietly swept under very expensive carpets. The fire popped, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney, and the sound seemed to emphasize the weight of the moment. Outside, the fog had thickened further, pressing against the windows like something curious, muffling the city's sounds until Baker Street felt almost like an island, separate from the world's usual concerns. And what? Watson asked, resuming his seat but leaning forward now, elbows on knees. Does your brother consider a suitable attire for mountain conditions? Holmes's smile was brief but genuine. Something warmer than your usual waistcoat, I should think. The Alps in November are rather less forgiving than Regent Street in spring. He moved to his desk, pulling open a drawer with purpose. I have here a monograph on alpine climbing accidents from the past decade. Fascinating reading, really. The number of ways one can meet misfortune at altitude. I suspect we shall need to familiarise ourselves with the particulars of mountain safety, or rather, the lack thereof. Watson felt a small knot form in his stomach, the old military instinct that recognised when comfort was about to give way to challenge. You think this regrettable incident involves a climbing accident? I think, Holmes said, settling back into his chair with the monograph in hand, that when diplomats gather in mountain resorts and my brother summons us with talk of incidents and discretion, we're dealing with something that was meant to look like an accident. He opened the book, his eyes already scanning the pages with that voracious attention he brought to any new problem. The Alps are magnificent, Watson, but they are also magnificently dangerous. They offer 1,000 ways for an unfortunate soul to meet an untimely end, each one deniable, each one explainable as simple misfortune or human error. The room fell quiet again, but it was the quietness of two men thinking, planning, feeling the pull of something beyond their comfortable London sanctuary. The fire continued its steady crackling, the fog continued its gentle siege of the windows, and the clock measured out the moments with its patient mechanical breathing. Watson found himself thinking of mountains, peaks he had glimpsed during his military service in places where empires collided, white summits distant and eternal against harsh blue skies. He thought of cold, the particular cold that finds its way through every layer of clothing and settles in the bones like an unwelcome guest. He thought of the effort of breathing thin air, the way altitude makes every step feel earned. "We leave tomorrow, I assume?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Tonight, if possible." Holmes was still reading, absorbing information with that peculiar intensity that made Watson sometimes wonder if his friend slept at all, or if he merely recharged like some complex mechanism, thoughts continuing their relentless motion even in response. "Mycroft's letter will arrive within the hour," He will have sent it by special messenger simultaneously with the telegram. It will contain the details he could not trust to telegraph wires, the particulars that make this matter worthy of our immediate attention. And what do you suppose those particulars might be? Holmes looked up from the monograph, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight. I suppose that somewhere in the Swiss Alps, during a gathering meant to prevent conflict between nations, someone has attempted to cause precisely that. I suppose that climbing equipment has been tampered with, or routes have been suggested that should never have been taken, or guides have been hired who are rather more interested in gravity's effects than in preventing them. He paused, turning a page with careful deliberation. I suppose, my dear Watson, that we are about to spend several uncomfortable days surrounded by diplomats who speak in euphemisms, politicians who smile while plotting, and mountains that care nothing for human schemes. Watson couldn't help but smile. You make it sound perfectly dreadful. Oh, it will be dreadful, Holmes assured him. But there was warmth in his voice, the particular warmth of a man who had found purpose in what others might consider misery. The accommodations will be either too hot or too cold, never quite right. The food will be heavy with cream and cheese, as the Swiss seem constitutionally unable to prepare a meal without burying it in dairy. There will be far too many formal dinners, with far too many courses, each one requiring a different fork that looks exactly like all the other forks. And through it all, we will be expected to smile and make pleasant conversation while investigating a matter that at least one person desperately wants to remain uninvestigated. You paint a vivid picture. I paint an accurate one. Holmes set down the monograph and stood, moving to the window once more. The fog had grown so thick now that the gas lamps across the street were merely soft halos of light, suggestions of illumination rather than the thing itself. But there will be compensation, Watson. The Alps are beautiful in their merciless way. The air is clean enough to make one realise how filthy London has become, and there is something about altitude that clarifies thought. Perhaps because there is less of everything at height, including distraction. Watson joined him at the window, the two men standing side by side looking out at a city that had disappeared into its own exhalation. When do you think Mrs. Hudson might have dinner ready? I took the liberty of asking her to prepare something that could be eaten quickly. We should be packed and ready to depart by 8 o'clock. Holmes glanced at his friend with something approaching fondness. I trust your old service revolver is in working order. It is, Watson said, feeling that old mixture of anticipation and unease that came before any venture into the unknown. Though I confess I hope the mountains are the only danger we face. Hope, as always, springs eternal, Holmes replied, his tone gentle but realistic. But I have found that when diplomats and mountains are involved, danger tends to present itself in forms both predictable and surprising. Still, we shall face it as we always do, with reason, observation, and whatever common sense we can muster at altitude. The knock on the door came at precisely 6 o'clock, and Mrs. Hudson announced the arrival of Mycroft's messenger with the air of someone who had expected nothing less. The letter was thick, sealed with wax that bore the subtle imprint of government offices that did not officially exist, delivered by a young man who waited just long enough to confirm receipt, before disappearing back into the fog as if he had been only partially real to begin with. Holmes broke the seal and read standing by the fire, the pages casting small shadows as he turned them. Watson waited, patient as always, knowing his friend would share what was necessary when it was necessary, no sooner and no later. "It's worse than I thought," Holmes said finally, and there was something in his voice that made Watson straighten. Not worse in the sense of more dangerous perhaps, but certainly more delicate. The diplomatic summit involves representatives from 5 nations, all carefully balanced in their mutual distrust. The envoy who suffered the regrettable incident is from a smaller power, whose allegiance is being courted by larger ones. His survival was, according to Mycroft, more a matter of luck than of the safety measures that should have been in place. Someone tried to kill him, someone tried to make his death look entirely natural, a tragic accident on a beautiful but treacherous mountain path, the sort of thing that happens to unfortunate tourists who underestimate Alpine conditions. Holmes folded the letter with care. But the envoy survived. shaken but alive, and began asking questions that made certain parties uncomfortable. Mycroft has been asked quietly and unofficially to ensure the matter is investigated with both thoroughness and absolute discretion. And so he sends you. He sends us, Holmes corrected. Your presence will be invaluable, Watson, both as a medical man and as someone who can navigate difficult terrain without complaint. Mycroft writes that the location is remote enough to require actual climbing, which I confess is not among my primary skills. You, however, have at least a passing familiarity with demanding physical conditions. Watson felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. I'll do my best not to slow you down. My dear fellow, I have every confidence you'll be hauling me up some cliff face, while I protest that observation is best conducted from safe, horizontal ground. Holmes moved toward his bedroom, already mentally cataloguing what would need to be packed. We have approximately 90 minutes to prepare for a journey that will take us across the Channel, through France, and into Switzerland by the fastest connections available. I suggest we focus on warm clothes, study boots, and whatever optimism we can pack alongside our more practical supplies. The evening took on the particular quality of preparation before travel, that sense of time both rushing and slowing, of ordinary objects suddenly requiring decisions. Watson packed his medical bag with extra care, knowing that in mountains, far from hospitals and specialists, his skills might mean the difference between someone's survival and their becoming another Alpine tragedy. He included bandages, antiseptics, laudanum for pain, splints for fractures, and a small bottle of brandy that was more medicinal in theory than in practice. His clothes he chose for warmth and durability: wool trousers, heavy shirts, his old military coat that had served him well in cold climates before. He packed his revolver not because he expected to need it, but because experience had taught him that expectations and reality often maintained only a passing acquaintance. From across the hallway he could hear Holmes moving with similar purpose, the soft sounds of drawers opening and closing, the rustle of papers being sorted, the click of his chemistry set being secured. There was something comforting in these sounds, Watson thought, the familiar rhythms of partnership, of two lives intertwined not by blood or obligation, but by choice and peculiar circumstance. By 7:45, they stood in the sitting room, 2 bags packed, coats donned, looking like gentlemen prepared for a country weekend rather than an investigation that might involve international intrigue and mountain peril. Mrs. Hudson fussed over them briefly, ensuring they had sufficient scarves and gloves, her mothering instinct apparently unconvinced that 2 grown men could remember such basics. "You'll take care up there in those mountains," she said, adjusting Watson's collar with the familiarity of long association. "Mountains have no respect for cleverness, Mr. Holmes, nor for courage, Dr. Watson. They simply are, and they expect you to adapt accordingly." "Wise words, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said with genuine respect. "We shall endeavour to remember that nature is neither impressed by nor interested in human schemes." The cab they had summoned waited in the street below, its driver hunched against the fog, the horse stamping softly as if eager to move, to find warmth through motion. Watson took one last look at the sitting room, the fire still burning, the chairs still holding the imprints of their recent occupation, the violin resting on the table, waiting for Holmes's return. Then they were descending the stairs, stepping out into the November evening, into the fog that swallowed London whole, heading toward a train that would carry them away from familiar streets toward peaks that scraped the sky, toward a mystery that waited with the patience of stone, toward whatever truth lay hidden in the cold, clear air of the Swiss Alps. The adventure, as it always did, had begun quietly, with a telegram and a summons, with the simple decision to say yes to what came next. And as the cab lurched into motion, carrying them toward Victoria Station and the continent beyond, Watson felt that old familiar sensation, part anticipation, part apprehension, entirely alive. The fog closed behind them like a curtain, and Baker Street returned to its quietness, waiting as it always did for their return. The night train from Victoria Station departed at precisely 9:47, slipping out of London with the smooth inevitability of something that had made this journey 1,000 times before and would make it 1,000 times again. The platform had been wreathed in steam and smoke, passengers hurrying through the mist like ghosts uncertain of their destinations, porters calling out in voices that echoed strangely in the cavernous space beneath the iron and glass roof. Holmes and Watson settled into their compartment with the ease of experienced travellers, claiming the window seats on opposite sides so that each might observe the passing landscape from his own vantage. The compartment smelled of leather and coal dust, with undertones of someone's earlier pipe tobacco and the faint sweetness of the oil lamps that would light their way through the darkness. The seats were upholstered in burgundy velvet, worn smooth by countless journeys, comfortable in the way that things become when they have been used well and often. As the train gathered speed, London fell away in layers, first the tight-packed buildings near the station, their windows glowing yellow against the night, then the sprawling neighbourhoods where the city grew gradually less dense, less certain of itself, and finally the countryside, dark and unknowable beyond the window's reflection. Watson watched his own face ghost over the passing darkness, a double exposure of present and whatever lay outside, until the rhythm of the rails began to work its particular magic, that hypnotic clicking that measured distance in a language older than words. "We'll reach Dover by midnight," Holmes said, consulting his watch with the satisfied air of a man whose calculations had proven accurate. "The Channel crossing will be uncomfortable, it always is at this time of year, but we should make it to Calais by 3 in the morning. Then another train through France, changing at Paris if we're fortunate with connections, and into Switzerland by tomorrow evening." Watson nodded, settling deeper into his seat, pulling his coat closer though the compartment was warm enough. "I confess I'm curious about what we'll find when we arrive." Mycroft's letter was thorough in some details and maddeningly vague in others. "That is Mycroft's particular art," Holmes replied, his eyes reflecting the lamplight as he gazed out at the darkness rushing past. "He tells you precisely what he wishes you to know, in exactly the order he wishes you to know it, and leaves you convinced you've been thoroughly informed when in fact you've merely been thoroughly managed." There was fondness in his voice despite the criticism. "In this case he has told us enough to ensure we take the matter seriously, but not so much that we arrive with preconceptions that might cloud our observation." The train swayed gently as it took a curve, and Watson felt the familiar comfort of motion, of travelling towards something unknown. He had always found a peculiar peace in journeys, that suspended state between departure and arrival, when one was neither here nor there but simply in transit, temporarily freed from the weight of place and expectation. "Tell me what you remember about the Alps," Holmes said suddenly, his voice taking on that tone he used when he was teaching as much as conversing. "Not from books or maps, but from what you've seen yourself," Watson thought back, reaching for memories that lived more in his body than his mind. "I saw them from a distance during the war. The Afghan campaigns took us near enough to see mountain ranges that might have been their eastern cousins. White peaks against impossible blue sky, so far away they looked painted rather than real. The locals spoke of them with a mixture of reverence and fear, as if mountains were living things with temperaments to be respected." "A wise perspective," Holmes murmured. "The Swiss have lived with their Alps for countless generations, and they've learned what the mountains teach. That beauty and danger are often identical, that majesty cares nothing for admiration, that height grants perspective but demands price." Through the window, the English countryside continued its dark procession. Fields and forests reduced to shadows, occasional lights marking farms or villages where people slept or couldn't sleep, where lives unfolded in their ordinary ways while the night train carried its cargo of travellers toward the continent. "The Alps," Holmes continued, his voice taking on that quality it had when he was drawing from deep reading and observation, "are relatively young as mountains go, mere adolescents in geological terms, which explains their dramatic nature. They thrust up from the collision of continents, African plates pushing against Europeans, creating peaks that scrape 4,000 metres into the sky. The Swiss have learned to live with them, on them, around them, making use of every valley and pass, turning what could have been isolation into a kind of fortress neutrality." Watson listened, lulled by his friend's voice and the train's rhythm, feeling the knowledge settle into his mind like snow accumulating on a slope. "And in the 1890s, What brings diplomats to mountain resorts in November? Ah, now there's an interesting question. Holmes shifted, crossing his legs, fingers steepled in his characteristic pose of concentration. Switzerland's neutrality makes it the perfect venue for discussions that need to happen away from the prying eyes of national capitals. The mountain resorts, Davos, St. Moritz, Zermatt, have become fashionable not just for their supposed health benefits, the clean air and altitude cures that doctors prescribe for everything from consumption to nervous exhaustion, but also for their discretion. Diplomats can meet casually, as if by chance, in hotel lobbies and dining rooms. Conversations can happen during walks in the snow, witnessed only by peaks that keep excellent secrets. The train slowed as it approached a small station, a platform briefly visible in lamplight before being swallowed again by darkness. A few passengers boarded, their voices a brief intrusion of other lives, other journeys, before the train resumed its forward progress and quietly returned to the corridor outside their compartment. Mycroft mentioned 5 nations represented at this summit, Watson prompted, knowing his friend had been turning this over in his mind since receiving the letter. 5 nations, each with its own agenda, each watching the others with what diplomats call friendly concern and what honest men call suspicion. Holmes's smile was brief and sharp. Britain, naturally, with interests in maintaining a balance of power that prevents any single nation from dominating the continent. France, still nursing wounds from past conflicts and anxious about future ones. Germany, newly unified and feeling its strength, eager to assert itself. Austria-Hungary, that patchwork empire trying to hold itself together through careful manoeuvring, and the smaller nation whose envoy nearly died. A country whose allegiance is being courted by larger powers, whose geography makes it strategically valuable, whose decision might tip balances in ways that cascade into consequences. Watson felt the weight of it settling over the conversation like frost. And if the envoy had died? If it had looked like a simple accident? Then his nation would have sent a new representative, perhaps someone more amenable to one side or another. Or they might have withdrawn from negotiations entirely, insulted by what they perceived as inadequate safety measures, or they might have demanded concessions using tragedy as leverage. Holmes's voice was quiet but intense. Every outcome serves someone's interest, Watson. The art is in determining whose interest is served most, and whether they cared enough to make that outcome happen. The night deepened as they travelled, the train carrying them through sleeping England toward the coast. Watson found himself dozing intermittently, that half-sleep of travel where the mind rests but remains aware of motion, of the train's sounds and rhythms, of Holmes's occasional movements in the opposite seat. Once he woke fully to see his friend silhouetted against the window, watching the darkness pass with the intense attention he brought to everything, as if the night itself might yield clues. Dover appeared as a scatter of lights against the black mass of sea and sky, the port busy even at midnight with the eternal traffic between island and continent. The crossing was, as Holmes had predicted, uncomfortable. The channel choppy with November winds, the ferry rising and falling with a motion that tested even Watson's military-trained stomach. They stood on deck despite the cold and spray, both men preferring discomfort to the close stuffiness of the passenger cabin. The white cliffs faded behind them, England disappearing into darkness, and ahead the lights of France beckoned like promises or warnings, impossible to say which. The wind carried salt and cold, and the particular smell of deep water, ancient and indifferent. Watson pulled his coat tighter and thought about mountains, about heights that dwarfed even this crossing, about the thin air and sharp cold that waited in the days ahead. Calais received them with the organised chaos of a port that never quite sleeps, French voices sharp and musical after the rounded tones of English, everything somehow both more formal and more passionate at once. The train to Paris waited like a patient beast, and they boarded with the last of their English reserve before surrendering to the particular exhaustion of sustained travel. Watson slept properly now, his body finally insisting on what his mind had been postponing, and woke to find dawn breaking over the French countryside. Fields arranged in patterns different from England's, villages clustered around church spires, a landscape shaped by different hands and histories. Holmes was reading, having apparently produced a slim volume on Alpine flora from his luggage, absorbed in descriptions of plants that survived at altitudes that killed most living things. "Coffee," Watson murmured, his mouth dry with sleep and travel. "Please tell me the French understand coffee." "They understand it better than we do," Holmes assured him, glancing up with a slight smile. "There's a dining car 2 carriages forward. I took the liberty of investigating while you were communicating with Morpheus." The coffee, when Watson finally held the cup in both hands, was everything he needed. Hot, strong, bitter, in the way that wakes the blood. The dining car swayed gently as the train carried them south and east. Other passengers scattered at small tables, everyone sharing that particular camaraderie of travellers who have survived the night and emerged into the morning, changed by the journey. In small ways they wouldn't recognise until much later. Paris arrived as a grey sprawl beneath grey sky, the city of light muted by November clouds but still unmistakably itself, elegant even in gloom, grand in its certainty that it was the centre of things that mattered. They changed trains with an hour to spare, enough time to walk briefly along platforms that echoed with a dozen languages, to observe the theatre of arrival and departure, to drink more coffee and eat bread that tasted of wheat and thyme and the particular alchemy that French bakers seemed to summon with their hands. The train to Switzerland left on schedule, and now the landscape began its transformation, the flat fields giving way to rolling hills, then steeper slopes, forests climbing heights that grew progressively more dramatic. Watson watched the world rise, feeling his ears pop slightly as altitude increased, seeing the architecture change from stone cottages to wooden chalets, from tile roofs to steep-pitched structures designed to shed snow. "We're entering a different world," Holmes observed, setting aside his book to watch the passing scenery with fresh attention. The Alps create their own weather, their own rules. What grows here, what survives here, has learned to be resilient in ways that lowland life need never consider. The train followed river valleys that cut through rising peaks, tunnels boring through obstacles that would have been insurmountable in earlier eras. Each tunnel was a plunge into absolute darkness, the train's lights reflecting off rock walls just inches from the windows, and then emerging into valleys where the afternoon light slanted golden across slopes of evergreen and stone. Watson saw his first true Alps through the window as they climbed higher. Peaks that rose like frozen waves, white against blue, so massive they seemed impossible. Products of imagination rather than geology. Snow crowned them even in autumn, permanent and patient, waiting for winter to spread its dominion down the slopes toward the valleys, where humans built their careful lives. "Magnificent," he breathed, unable to look away. "And merciless," Holmes added, but his voice held admiration. "They care nothing for our politics, Watson. They were here millions of years before nations drew their borders, and they'll remain long after those borders have been redrawn 1,000 times. It's humbling, in a way that's good for the soul." The train stopped at small stations with names that sounded musical and strange: Martigny, Visp, Brig, each one a threshold between lower and higher, between the world of easy travel and the world of consequence. Passengers disembarked carrying skis and walking sticks, dressed in woolens and furs, speaking German and French and Italian and Romanish, all the languages that met and mingled in these valleys. Their destination required one final change, to a smaller train that would take them up the mountain to the resort where the diplomatic summit was being held. This train was a narrow-gauge marvel, built specifically to conquer grades that would have defeated normal locomotives, climbing at angles that made Watson grip his seat and wonder at the engineering that made such ascents possible. The valley fell away below them as they rose, farms and villages shrinking to toy scale, rivers becoming silver threads, the world revealing patterns visible only from height. The air through the window's crack was cold now, genuinely cold, carrying scents of pine and snow and stone, clean and sharp enough to make Watson's lungs work harder. "Tell me about mountain sickness," Holmes said suddenly, still watching the scenery but clearly thinking ahead to what awaited them. Watson shifted into his medical mindset, grateful for solid knowledge in the face of so much unknowing. Altitude affects people differently. Some adapt quickly, Others struggle. The air is thinner, less oxygen with each breath. Symptoms include headache, nausea, fatigue, difficulty sleeping, usually mild below 3,000 meters, but will be close to that threshold. And more severe cases, confusion, loss of coordination, fluid in the lungs or brain in extreme situations. But that's rare at the altitudes we'll be reaching, and usually only in people who ascend too quickly without proper acclimatization. He paused, considering. Though I imagine if someone wanted to incapacitate a person without obvious violence, altitude sickness could provide useful cover, make someone climb too high too fast, and their own body becomes the weapon. Holmes nodded slowly, filing this away in whatever mental catalogue he maintained. Everything about mountains seems to offer opportunities for those who wish to cause harm while maintaining deniability. Falls, avalanches, equipment failures, weather, altitude. Nature provides an abundance of explanations for human malice. The resort appeared as they rounded a final curve, nestled on a shelf of mountain as if placed there by deliberate hand. A large hotel in the Swiss chalet style, all dark wood and white plaster, steep roofs and carved balconies, windows glowing warm against the late afternoon shadows. Around it, the peaks rose like sentinels, white and grey and eternal, close enough now to show their texture. Snowfields and exposed rock, the lines where nothing could grow giving way to hardy vegetation clinging to impossible slopes. The train pulled into a small station that was more platform than building, and Watson felt the cold immediately as he stepped down, a cold that went through his coat and found his bones. Not cruel, but certainly indifferent. The air was thin enough that his first deep breath felt insufficient, requiring a second and third before his lungs felt satisfied. Porters appeared to handle their luggage, men who moved with the easy confidence of those who lived at altitude, who climbed slopes for whom flat ground was memory rather than daily experience. They spoke German primarily, but with enough French and English to manage the international clientele that the hotel attracted. The walk from station to hotel was brief but revealing. Watson felt his heart working harder, his breath coming quicker, his body adjusting to air that offered less with every inhalation. Holmes showed no sign of struggle, but then Holmes rarely showed signs of anything he didn't wish to reveal. Around them, snow lay in patches where sun hadn't reached, pristine and somehow luminous even as daylight faded. The hotel's entrance was grand without being ostentatious, designed to welcome while maintaining Swiss restraint. Warmth poured from the open doors, carrying scents of wood smoke and cooking, of beeswax and wool, of the particular smell that hotels have when they've housed travellers for years and absorbed something of all those lives. Inside, the lobby was everything Watson had imagined a mountain resort would be. High ceilings with exposed beams, a fireplace large enough to roast an ox, furniture that managed to be both rustic and elegant, arrangements of dried flowers and pine boughs that brought the outside in without the associated cold. Gas lamps glowed softly even though electricity had clearly reached this altitude, as if acknowledging that some forms of light were better suited to mountain evenings. Guests moved through the space with that particular reserve of the upper classes when among strangers but in shared quarters, acknowledging without engaging, observing while pretending not to, the social ballet that Holmes found endlessly amusing and Watson found endlessly exhausting. At the reception desk, a clerk greeted them in English, accented but precise, confirming their reservation with efficiency that suggested Swiss horology had influenced Swiss hospitality. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, welcome. Your rooms are prepared. You're expected for dinner at 8 o'clock. Formal dress, if you please. The summit attendees gather in the main dining room. I am to inform you that Mr. Mycroft Holmes left word that you should join him in the library at your earliest convenience after settling in." Holmes's eyebrow rose fractionally. "My brother is here personally. That is unexpected. He arrived yesterday evening, sir. I believe the matter he is attending to required his direct involvement." They were shown to adjacent rooms on the third floor, facing south toward peaks that caught the last light of day, glowing pink and gold and impossible against the darkening sky. Watson's room was comfortable in the Swiss fashion. Heavy furniture, thick curtains, a feather bed that looked like it might swallow him whole, a ceramic stove that radiated gentle heat from the corner. He unpacked quickly, changing his travel-worn clothes for something more presentable, washing face and hands in water that was cold despite the heated room, feeling the ache of sustained travel in his shoulders and back. Through the wall he could hear Holmes moving with similar purpose, preparing for whatever came next. 20 minutes later, they descended to the library, a room that smelled of leather and old paper, wood polish, and the particular mustiness that accumulates where knowledge is stored. Mycroft Holmes sat in a chair that seemed to have been designed specifically for his substantial frame, a brandy at his elbow, reading something that he tucked away as they entered. Sherlock, Dr. Watson. Excellent timing. Mycroft's voice was smooth as always, cultivated and controlled, but Watson detected an undercurrent of tension that even the elder Holmes couldn't quite disguise. "I trust your journey was tolerable, informative," Holmes replied, settling into a chair opposite his brother. "Though I confess I'm surprised to find you here in person. Whitehall must be managing without its resident spider. Whitehall always manages, though sometimes it manages poorly." Mycroft sipped his brandy, his eyes sharp despite his relaxed posture. This matter, however, required more than remote coordination. The political implications are delicate enough that every word, every gesture must be carefully calibrated, and I needed to ensure that when you arrived, you understood the full complexity of what we're dealing with. Watson claimed the third chair, feeling the day's fatigue settling into his muscles, grateful to be still for a moment, to let the warmth of the library seep into his bones. "Tell us," Holmes said simply, and Watson heard in those two words all the trust between the brothers, complicated though their relationship might be. Mycroft set down his glass with careful precision. 3 days ago, Count Stefan Volkov, representative of a Balkan nation whose name I won't mention, but whose strategic position makes it valuable to every major power in Europe, nearly died on a climbing expedition. The official story is equipment failure. A rope frayed, a carabiner broke. Take your pick of explanations. He survived through luck and the quick action of a guide who happened to be nearby. "Happened to be," Holmes repeated, catching the emphasis. "Happened to be," Mycroft confirmed, "but Count Volkov is no fool." When he examined the equipment afterward, before anyone could collect it, he found evidence of tampering. Small things, easy to miss, but unmistakable once you know what to look for. He came to me quietly, through channels, requesting an investigation that wouldn't alarm the summit or cause an international incident. "And what does he believe?" Watson asked. "Who does he suspect?" "That," Mycroft said heavily, "is where this becomes truly complicated. Because Count Volkov suspects everyone and no one. He knows someone wants him dead, but he cannot determine who or why or whether the attempt was about him personally or about the negotiations he's involved in." He leaned forward slightly. "What he does know is that if he dies here, his nation's position in the summit changes entirely. New representative, new instructions, potentially a completely different outcome to discussions that could reshape European alliances for decades." Holmes was very still, his mind clearly racing through implications and possibilities. "So we have attempted murder disguised as an accident, political machinations at the highest level, international tensions barely contained by Swiss civility, and a victim who survived but can't identify his attacker." "Precisely," Mycroft confirmed. "Welcome to the Alps, gentlemen. Try not to fall off anything." The library settled into brief silence, broken only by the soft tick of a clock and the distant sounds of the hotel preparing for evening. Outside, the last light faded from the peaks, and the mountains disappeared into darkness, waiting with the patience of stone for whatever dawn would bring. Watson looked at Holmes, then at Mycroft, and felt the weight of what they'd travelled into. Not just altitude and cold, but human schemes playing out against a backdrop of indifferent majesty, where a misstep meant more than personal consequence. The game, as Holmes would say, was indeed afoot. But this time the playing field was vertical, treacherous and beautiful enough to make you forget, just for a moment, that someone had recently tried to commit murder at this altitude, just for a moment, but no longer. Morning arrived in the mountains with a quality of light that Watson had never quite experienced before, crystalline and sharp, as if the sun had been filtered through the thin air and emerged purified, more itself than it could ever be at lower altitudes. He woke to find his window frosted at the edges, intricate patterns of ice that caught the early rays and threw tiny rainbows across the wooden floor of his room. The air in the room was cold despite the ceramic stove's efforts, and Watson dressed quickly, layering wool and cotton the way he'd learned during military campaigns, in climates that didn't forgive inadequate preparation. His breath misted slightly as he moved, and he found himself thinking about the physiology of cold, how the body diverts blood from extremities to protect vital organs, how fingers and toes become expendable in the calculus of survival. Holmes was already awake when Watson knocked and entered, sitting by his window with a cup of what smelled like exceptionally strong coffee, watching the peaks emerge from shadow into light. He dressed in practical clothes, wool trousers, a heavy shirt, boots that looked more suited to climbing than to London's pavements. "The light is remarkable," Holmes said without turning. "One can see why artists flock to these altitudes. Everything is rendered with such clarity that it almost hurts to look at. No fog, no smoke, no industrial haze, just raw reality, unfiltered and unforgiving." Watson joined him at the window, accepting the second cup of coffee that Holmes had apparently ordered in anticipation of his arrival. Below them, the hotel grounds showed signs of early activity, staff moving about their duties, a few hardy guests already venturing out for morning constitutional walks, their breath visible as small clouds in the cold air. "Mycroft sent word at dawn," Holmes continued, gesturing to a note on the small table beside his chair. "Count Volkov has agreed to show us the location of the accident this morning. He'll meet us at 9 o'clock with the guide who saved him, a local man named Jakob Steiner, apparently well respected among the mountain communities, who has been guiding climbers for over 20 years. "And the equipment?" Watson asked, sipping the coffee and feeling its warmth spread through his chest. "Secured in Volkov's room, untouched since the incident. We'll examine it before we venture out." Holmes finally turned from the window, his grey eyes sharp with focus. "I confess I'm curious to see what passed for an accident in the minds of whoever arranged this. There's an art to making murder look natural, and mountains provide an abundance of canvas." They breakfasted in the hotel's dining room, a space that managed to be both grand and intimate, with windows that opened onto views of peaks that dominated the horizon like frozen titans. The other guests were a mix of diplomats and their attendants, tourists seeking the fashionable altitude cure, and a few serious mountaineers whose weathered faces and lean builds marked them as different from the merely wealthy visitors. Watson noted how conversations happened in clusters, how certain tables were carefully positioned away from others, how smiles were exchanged with calibrated warmth that never quite reached eyes. This was diplomacy at its most refined. Everyone observing everyone else while pretending to be entirely focused on their coffee and bread rolls. Count Stefan Volkov appeared at precisely 9 o'clock, punctuality apparently a virtue that transcended national boundaries at this altitude. He was a man in his early 50s, Watson estimated, with the upright bearing of military training, and eyes that held a wariness that no amount of diplomatic polish could quite disguise. His right hand, Watson noticed, bore fresh bruising across the knuckles, the kind that came from gripping something hard enough to leave marks, from holding on when letting go meant death. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. His English carried a Slavic accent that softened consonants and lengthened vowels in a way that was oddly musical. "I am grateful you have come." Mycroft Holmes speaks highly of his brother's abilities, though I confess I was sceptical that even the famous detective could find clarity in something so carefully arranged. Count Volkov. Holmes shook the offered hand, his gaze already cataloguing details. The bruising, the slight stiffness in the man's left shoulder, the way he stood with his weight favouring his right leg. "I find that careful arrangement often reveals more than chaos. Those who plan their actions leave patterns, however subtle." They were joined by Jakob Steiner, the guide, a man who seemed carved from the same granite as the peaks around them. Weathered, solid, economical in movement and speech. His hands were calloused in patterns that spoke of years working with ropes and rock, and his eyes held the particular quality of those who've learned to read mountains the way others read books. "Herr Holmes, Herr Doctor," he greeted them in German-accented English. "The Count tells me you wish to see where the accident happened. It is a climb of perhaps 2 hours, not difficult for those who are careful, but the altitude." He paused, assessing them. "You have climbed before?" "I've walked in a difficult terrain during my service," Watson offered. "Afghanistan, some mountainous regions." "Good. You understand that mountains demand respect." Steiner nodded approvingly. "We go slowly. We watch our footing. We do not let the beauty distract us from the danger. This is the first rule of staying alive at altitude." In Volkov's room, laid out on a table like evidence in a courtroom, were the items that had nearly killed him: a length of climbing rope, 2 metal carabiners, a leather harness, and a set of metal spikes called crampons that strapped to boots for travelling over ice. Holmes approached the display with a focused intensity that Watson had seen 100 times before, when every fibre of his friend's being concentrated on the puzzle before him. The rope appeared ordinary at first glance, thick hemp, well made, the kind of equipment that professional guides would trust with their lives and the lives of their clients. But Holmes lifted it with careful hands, examining the end where it apparently failed, and Watson saw his friend's expression shift into something harder, colder. "This was cut," Holmes said quietly, running his fingers along the fibres. "Not obviously, not all the way through, but weakened deliberately. See here?" He held the rope up to the light streaming through the window. The outer fibres are frayed as if from wear, but the inner core shows clean cuts, made with something sharp. A knife held at a specific angle to mimic the pattern of natural deterioration. Volkov's face had gone very pale. I suspected, but to hear it confirmed. "The carabiners show similar tampering," Holmes continued, setting down the rope and picking up one of the metal loops. "This one has been scored along the inside edge. Not enough to be visible at casual glance, but sufficient to weaken the metal at precisely the point where stress would be greatest during a fall. It's quite sophisticated, really. Whoever did this understood both climbing equipment and metallurgy." Steiner moved closer, his professional curiosity overcoming whatever shock he felt. "May I?" At Holmes's nod, he examined the carabiner with expert hands, turning it in the light, his expression growing darker. "Gott in Himmel! This would have failed under load, certainly, and when rope and carabiner both fail—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. "Tell me about the climb," Holmes said, setting down the equipment and turning his full attention to Volkov. "Every detail you remember from the moment you decided to make the ascent to the moment you found yourself falling." Volkov moved to the window, perhaps needing the sight of the mountains to anchor his memory in something solid. "It was 3 days ago, early morning like today. Clear weather, perfect conditions. I had expressed interest in seeing the glacier path, a route that offers spectacular views but is not technically difficult for someone with reasonable fitness and proper equipment." "Who suggested this particular route?" Holmes asked the question casually but pointed. "The hotel concierge, actually. When I inquired about scenic walks, he recommended the glacier path as suitable for someone of my diplomatic rather than mountaineering background." Volkov's smile was brief and bitter. "At the time, I thought nothing of it." The hotel's suggestions are usually impeccable. Watson made a mental note to investigate the concierge, though he suspected Holmes had already added that name to whatever list he was compiling in his extraordinary mind. "Jakob was assigned as my guide," Volkov continued. "We set out at 7 o'clock, just as the sun cleared the eastern peaks. The path begins gently, through forest, then emerges onto more exposed terrain. The morning was beautiful, cold but clear, the kind of day that makes you understand why people are drawn to mountains despite their dangers." Steiner took up the narrative, his voice measured and factual. "The glacier path is well maintained, used often by tourists who want the experience of altitude without excessive risk. There are fixed ropes at certain points, handholds carved into rock where the way becomes steep. I have guided this route perhaps 50 times in all seasons. I know every stone." "We climbed for perhaps 90 minutes, Volkov said, his gaze distant with memory. I felt strong despite the altitude. Jakob was patient with my pace, pointing out features of the landscape, explaining how the glaciers carved these valleys over millennia. We reached a section where the path narrows, with a cliff face on one side and a considerable drop on the other. Not enormous, perhaps 15 metres, but onto rocks that would show no mercy. Watson felt his stomach tighten slightly. 15 metres might not sound like much, but he'd seen what falls from such heights did to human bodies, how gravity turned flesh and bone into broken things. "This is where we use the fixed rope," Steiner explained. "It is anchored at both ends, running along the cliff face for about 20 metres. Standard procedure. The climber attaches their harness to the rope using carabiners, and even if they slip, the rope catches them. It is very safe when equipment is sound." "But my equipment was not sound," Volkov said, his voice quiet but steady. I attached my harness as Jakob instructed, clipped the carabiners to the fixed rope, and began to traverse the narrow section. I was perhaps halfway across when I felt the rope go slack in a way that was wrong. Not the natural give of hemp under tension, but the sudden loss of support that means failure. Holmes was motionless, absorbing every word, constructing in his mind the precise sequence of events. "I had perhaps a second to realise what was happening," Volkov continued. "The carabiner snapped. I heard the metal give way, a sound like a small bell breaking. And then I was falling, backward and down, and all I could think was how stupid I'd been to trust that ropes and metal would save me when someone wanted me dead." "But you didn't fall," Watson said gently. "No." Volkov turned from the window, and Watson saw something raw in his expression. The memory of terror, of helplessness, of the moment when death becomes not abstract but immediate. Jakob caught me. Somehow, impossibly, he caught me. Steiner shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. I saw the carabiner failing. A climber learns to hear these things, the small sounds that mean danger. I lunged forward, grabbed his harness, braced myself against the cliff face. His weight nearly pulled us both down, but I'm strong and I know how to use leverage. I held him until he could find footing, until we could assess what had happened. "You saved his life," Holmes said, and it wasn't a question. "I did my job," Steiner replied, but his hands had tightened slightly, betraying an emotion he wouldn't express in words. They set out shortly after 10 o'clock, dressed for climbing in wool and leather, carrying walking sticks that the hotel provided, moving at the measured pace that altitude demanded. The path began as Volkov had described, winding through forest where evergreens grew in patterns shaped by wind and snow, their lower branches heavy with needles that released scent when brushed against. Watson felt his breathing quicken with exertion, his heart working harder than the relatively gentle slope seemed to warrant. This was the altitude he knew, the air giving less with each breath, the body adapting slowly to conditions that didn't quite support easy life. Holmes showed no distress, but then Holmes rarely showed anything he didn't wish to reveal, and Watson suspected his friend was feeling the same subtle strain, the same need to pace himself against thinning air. The forest gave way to more open terrain, and suddenly the world expanded into vistas that made Watson stop despite himself. The valley spread below, a patchwork of meadow and forest, tiny villages connected by roads that looked like threads from this height, and above, surrounding them on three sides, the peaks rose in frozen glory, white and grey and impossibly massive, their scale defeating comprehension, demanding simply to be witnessed and acknowledged as beyond human measure. "It's easy to understand," Holmes murmured beside him, "why ancient peoples thought gods lived on mountains. There's something about this scale that suggests the presence of powers greater than ourselves, forces that operate on timescales where human concerns are less than dust." They climbed higher, and the path grew steeper, rockier, the vegetation thinning to hardy grasses and alpine flowers that somehow survived where other life surrendered. Watson's lungs burned slightly with each breath, and he found himself grateful for the frequent pauses that Steiner insisted upon. the guide's experienced eye monitoring his charges for signs of altitude distress. The narrow section appeared after nearly 2 hours of climbing, just as Volkov had described. A ledge carved along a cliff face, perhaps a metre wide, with rock rising vertically on the left and empty air opening to the right. The fixed rope ran along the cliff face, anchored at both ends by metal bolts driven deep into stone, worn smooth by countless hands that had gripped it for reassurance or necessity. Holmes approached the rope with intense focus, examining the anchoring points, testing the tension, running his hands along its length with the careful attention of someone reading Braille. Watson noticed how the detective positioned himself, always maintaining 3 points of contact with stable ground, never allowing the drop to pull his balance toward empty air. "Here," Holmes said, pointing to a section of rope about 5 metres from the near anchor point. "This is where the tampering occurred. See how the wear pattern changes? Natural deterioration would be consistent along the rope's length, but this section shows accelerated damage. The outer fibres deliberately abraded, the inner core partially cut, all disguised to look like normal wear." Steiner examined the rope with professional thoroughness, his weathered face growing darker. "This is murder," he said flatly. "Not an accident, not misfortune, but deliberate murder dressed in mountain clothing." Volkov stood back from the edge, his face pale but composed. "Someone knew I would climb this route. They knew the equipment I would be given. They had access to this location beforehand, time to prepare the rope, to weaken the carabiner." His voice was steady, but Watson heard the undercurrent of anger beneath the control. This was not an impulse or opportunity. This was planned. Holmes moved to the cliff edge, looking down at the rocks below, grey stone, unforgiving, scattered with smaller debris that had fallen from above over centuries. "If you had fallen, Count Volkov, what would the investigation have found?" "A tragic accident," Volkov replied bitterly. "Equipment failure, perhaps inadequate for Alpine conditions. Maybe blame the guide for not checking thoroughly enough, though Jakob had no way to detect such sophisticated sabotage. Certainly no one would suspect murder. Mountains kill people all the time. It's what they do." Watson joined Holmes at the edge, fighting the instinctive fear of height, of the pull that seemed to come from empty air itself, inviting the body to discover what falling felt like. "Who knew you'd be climbing this route on this particular day?" "That," Volkov said, "is what keeps me awake at night. I mentioned my interest in climbing to several people at dinner the evening before. The hotel concierge suggested the glacier path specifically. Jakob was assigned by the hotel's climbing coordinator. Any number of staff had access to the equipment room where harnesses and ropes are stored." He paused, his frustration evident. "In trying to be sociable, to engage with fellow summit attendees, I apparently announced my own assassination attempt to a room full of potential assassins." Holmes turned from the edge, his eyes distant with thought. "The question is not who had opportunity. In a hotel setting with shared equipment and open conversations, too many people had opportunity. The question is, who had a motive sufficiently urgent that they were willing to risk detection through such an elaborate scheme? Someone," Watson offered, thinking aloud, "who benefits from your death, or from the chaos your death would cause. Someone who wants the summit to fail, or to succeed in a particular way that requires your absence. Or someone," Holmes added, "who is not interested in you specifically, Count Volkov, but in the message your death would send. Fear is a powerful diplomatic tool. If representatives can be killed in supposedly safe Switzerland, if even mountains cannot protect them, then how safe is anyone?" The wind rose suddenly, cold and sharp, carrying ice crystals that stung exposed skin. The mountains, Watson thought, cared nothing for their human schemes. They simply were indifferent and eternal, while people plotted and died against their slopes like insects on the flanks of sleeping giants. They began their descent as clouds moved in from the west, bringing the threat of afternoon snow that Steiner said was common at this altitude, even in relatively clear weather. The path down demanded different concentration than the climb up. Gravity became enemy rather than obstacle, pulling at tired legs, making each step a small negotiation with the desire to simply sit down and rest. Watson felt exhaustion settling into his muscles. the altitude and exertion combining to make him realise he was no longer the young military doctor who could march 20 miles without complaint. Age had found him, gentle but insistent, reminding him that bodies were not infinite in their resilience. Holmes moved with the same controlled precision he brought to everything, but Watson noticed how his friend's breathing had deepened, how he placed each foot with extra care, how even the great detective was subject to the limitations of flesh and thin air. They reached the hotel as the first snow began to fall, light, tentative, flakes that melted on contact but promised more to come. The warmth of the building was almost shocking after hours in the cold, and Watson felt his face burning as circulation returned to skin that had grown numb without his quite noticing. In Holmes's room, with tea steaming and the ceramic stove radiating gentle heat, they reviewed what they'd learned. Volkov had returned to his own quarters, and Steiner had gone to speak with other guides about equipment security, leaving the detective and the doctor to their analysis. Someone with climbing knowledge, Holmes said, ticking off points on his fingers. Someone with access to the equipment room, either as staff or guest with sufficient status to move about without suspicion. Someone who knew Volkov's plans, which suggests they were either present at dinner the previous evening or had access to those who were. Someone with a motive to kill or to cause a diplomatic incident or both. That's still a considerable pool of suspects, Watson observed, grateful for the tea's warmth spreading through his chest. It is, Holmes agreed, but we've narrowed it considerably. We're not looking for a casual tourist or a random staff member. We're looking for someone sophisticated enough to plan an elaborate murder, cold-blooded enough to risk an innocent guide's life in the process, and desperate or committed enough to act despite the enormous risks of discovery. Outside, the snow fell more steadily now, covering the landscape in white that would make tomorrow's mountains look pristine and new, hiding all evidence of human passage, offering the illusion that these slopes were untouched by ambition or violence, or the small schemes of creatures who barely registered on the scale of geological time. Watson watched the snow and thought about the equipment laid out in Volkov's room, apparently announced my own assassination attempt to a room full of potential assassins. Holmes turned from the edge, his eyes distant with thought. The question is not who had opportunity. In a hotel setting with shared equipment and open conversations, too many people had opportunity. The question is who had a motive sufficiently urgent that they were willing to risk detection through such an elaborate scheme. Someone, Watson offered, thinking aloud, who benefits from your death, or from the chaos your death would cause. Someone who wants the summit to fail, or to succeed in a particular way that requires your absence. Or someone, Holmes added, who is not interested in you specifically, Count Volkov, but in the message your death would send. Fear is a powerful diplomatic tool. If representatives can be killed in supposedly safe Switzerland, if even mountains cannot protect them, then how safe is anyone? The wind rose suddenly, cold and sharp, carrying ice crystals that stung exposed skin. The mountains, Watson thought, cared nothing for their human schemes. They simply were indifferent and eternal, while people plotted and died against their slopes like insects on the flanks of sleeping giants. They began their descent as clouds moved in from the west, bringing the threat of afternoon snow that Steiner said was common at this altitude, even in relatively clear weather. The path down demanded different concentration than the climb up. Gravity became enemy rather than obstacle, pulling at tired legs, making each step a small negotiation with the desire to simply sit down and rest. Watson felt exhaustion settling into his muscles, the altitude and exertion combining to make him realise he was no longer the young military doctor who could march 20 miles without complaint. Age had found him, gentle but insistent, reminding him that bodies were not infinite in their resilience. Holmes moved with the same controlled precision he brought to everything, but Watson noticed how his friend's breathing had deepened, how he placed each foot with extra care, how even the great detective was subject to the limitations of flesh and thin air. They reached the hotel as the first snow began to fall, light, tentative, flakes that melted on contact but promised more to come. The warmth of the building was almost shocking after hours in the cold, and Watson felt his face burning as circulation returned to skin that had grown numb without his quite noticing. In Holmes's room, with tea steaming and the ceramic stove radiating gentle heat, they reviewed what they'd learned. Volkov had returned to his own quarters, and Steiner had gone to speak with other guides about equipment security, leaving the detective and the doctor to their analysis. Someone with climbing knowledge, Holmes said, ticking off points on his fingers. Someone with access to the equipment room, either a staff or guest with sufficient status to move about without suspicion. Someone who knew Volkov's plans, which suggests they were either present at dinner the previous evening or had access to those who were. Someone with a motive to kill or to cause a diplomatic incident, or both. That's still a considerable pool of suspects, Watson observed, grateful for the tea's warmth spreading through his chest. It is, Holmes agreed, but we've narrowed it considerably. We're not looking for a casual tourist or a random staff member. We're looking for someone sophisticated enough to plan an elaborate murder, cold-blooded enough to risk an innocent guide's life in the process, and desperate or committed enough to act despite the enormous risks of discovery. Outside, the snow fell more steadily now, covering the landscape in white that would make tomorrow's mountains look pristine and new, hiding all evidence of human passage, offering the illusion that these slopes were untouched by ambition or violence, or the small schemes of creatures who barely registered on the scale of geological time. Watson watched the snow and thought about the equipment laid out in Volkov's room. The hotel currently houses 43 guests, Holmes continued, his finger tracing down the register. Of these, 17 are part of the diplomatic summit, 5 principal representatives like Count Volkov, plus their various attachés, secretaries and advisors. Another 12 are tourists seeking the fashionable altitude cure, or perhaps simply escaping winter in their own countries for winter here, which strikes me as peculiar but apparently has its devotees. The remaining 14 are what the hotel classifies as serious mountaineers, people who've come specifically to climb, who possess their own equipment, who speak the technical language of ascent and descent. Any of those groups seem more suspicious than the others, Watson asked, knowing Holmes had already formed theories, but would want to walk through the logic aloud. Each group has its distinct possibilities, Holmes replied, setting down one sheet and picking up another. The diplomats have obvious political motives, allegiances to protect, treaties to influence, rivals to eliminate. The tourists are largely British and German, wealthy enough to afford extended stays in expensive hotels, bored enough to take interest in others' affairs, connected enough through social networks to have access to information and influence, and the mountaineers. He paused, tapping the paper thoughtfully. The mountaineers have the technical knowledge to plan such an attack, the physical capability to execute it, and the professional familiarity with equipment that would make tampering relatively simple. But what would motivate a mountaineer to attempt murder, Watson wondered aloud? Unless they'd been hired for the purpose, which seems unnecessarily complicated when the diplomatic community has its own agents and operators. An excellent point, Holmes agreed, which is why we must investigate not just capability and opportunity, but the deeper currents of connection and motive that flow beneath the surface of polite hotel society. He stood, gathering his papers into a neat stack. I've arranged interviews throughout the day, ostensibly social calls, conversations about the summit and its purposes, discussions of alpine climbing conditions. Mycroft has smoothed the way, suggesting that I'm here as his informal advisor, observing the proceedings, available for consultation on matters of security. A useful fiction, Watson observed. All the best covers contain substantial truth, Holmes replied with a slight smile. I am here on security matters, and I am available for consultation, though perhaps not in the manner most guests would assume. He moved to the window, looking out at the snow-covered landscape with that intense focus he brought to everything. While I conduct these conversations, Watson, I'd like you to pursue a parallel investigation of your own. Watson felt a small surge of purpose. Holmes trusted him with independent work only when the matter was genuinely important, when dividing their efforts would yield better results than concentration of focus. What do you need me to do? Speak with the hotel staff, particularly those who work in the equipment room, the dining room, and the housekeeping department. They see everything, hear everything, but are rarely questioned because guests assume servants are invisible. Holmes turned from the window, his expression serious. Someone tampered with that climbing equipment. Someone knew which harness and rope would be assigned to Volkov. That knowledge either came from direct access or from information provided by someone with access. The staff will know who's been asking questions, who's been where they shouldn't be, whose behaviour has changed in recent days. They'll be more likely to speak with a doctor than a detective, Watson realised. Less threatening, more sympathetic. Precisely. Your manner inspires confidence, Watson. People tell you things because you listen without judgment, because you genuinely care about their concerns. Holmes collected his jacket from where it hung over a chair. I suspect you'll learn a great deal over coffee in the servants' hall that I could never extract through direct interrogation. They parted in the hallway, Holmes heading toward the hotel's formal sitting rooms where the diplomatic guests gathered for morning conversation. Watson making his way down the back stairs toward the staff areas that guests were meant to pretend didn't exist. The architecture of the hotel revealed the social structures of the age. Grand spaces for those with money and title, hidden passages and plain rooms for those who served them, the two worlds connected but carefully separated, each pretending the other existed in some entirely different dimension. The staff dining area was warm and surprisingly pleasant, smelling of fresh bread and the strong coffee that working people preferred over the more delicate brews served upstairs. A dozen employees sat at long wooden tables taking their breakfast before the demands of the day pulled them in separate directions. They looked up as Watson entered, surprise evident on faces that weren't accustomed to guests invading their territory. "Forgive the intrusion," Watson said in German, his accent imperfect but comprehensible, another legacy of his varied military service. "I'm Dr. Watson, here with Mr. Holmes on matters related to the recent climbing accident. I was hoping someone might spare a few minutes to help me understand how the equipment system works. I'm a medical man, not a mountaineer, and I find I understand investigations better when I understand the practical details." There was a moment of uncertainty, staff members glancing at each other, weighing whether cooperation was safe or required. Then an older woman with kind eyes and capable hands gestured to an empty chair at her table. "I am Frau Steiner, the housekeeper," she said in careful English. "Jakob Steiner, the guide, is my son. He told me you were with Count Volkov yesterday, examining where the accident happened." "I was," Watson confirmed, sitting where indicated, accepting the cup of coffee that someone poured without being asked. "Your son is a brave man, Frau Steiner. His quick action saved a life." She nodded, pride and worry mixing in her expression. "He has saved lives before. It is what good guides do. But he is troubled by this incident. Equipment should not fail in such ways, not equipment kept by a professional establishment." Her voice lowered slightly. "He believes someone interfered with it deliberately. Is this true?" Watson considered how much to reveal, then decided that honesty would serve better than evasion with these practical people who dealt in concrete realities rather than diplomatic abstractions. "We believe so, yes. Which is why it's important we understand who had access to the equipment, who might have known which items would be used." Frau Steiner's face hardened in a way that made Watson glad he'd chosen the truth. "Then someone used my son to commit murder, made him an unwitting accomplice, risked his reputation and perhaps his life." She turned to the others at the table. "Tell the doctor what he needs to know. If there is wickedness in this house, we do not protect it." What followed was an education in the invisible infrastructure that made the hotel function. Watson learned that climbing equipment was stored in a locked room in the basement, accessible by a master key held by the equipment coordinator, a man named Friedrich Weber who'd worked at the hotel for 15 years and was considered absolutely reliable. However, several other keys existed, one held by the head concierge, one by the hotel manager, and one kept in a locked box in the manager's office for emergencies. "But the equipment room is often open during the day," admitted a young porter named Hans, who sometimes assisted Weber with maintaining the gear. "When guests are planning climbs, Weber props the door open so he can move in and out easily, carrying harnesses and ropes, showing clients what's available. Anyone could enter during those times if Weber was distracted or in another part of the storage area." And the week before Count Volkov's accident, added another housekeeper, a middle-aged woman named Greta. there was much activity in the equipment room. Several of the serious mountaineers were preparing for expeditions, testing gear, requesting specific items. Webber was very busy, running back and forth, hardly watching who came and went. Watson made mental notes, filing names and details in the methodical way Holmes had taught him. Did anyone show unusual interest in the equipment being prepared for Count Volkov specifically? The staff exchanged glances, memory and discretion warring visibly on their faces. Finally, Hans spoke up, his voice hesitant. There was a guest, a mountaineer from Germany, who asked Weber many questions about the diplomatic guests. Said he was curious about whether they were experienced climbers or just playing at it. Weber told him that most were beginners, that they'd be using standard tourist equipment on easy routes. This German mountaineer, Watson said carefully. Do you remember his name? Herr Brenner, Hans replied. Klaus Brenner. He has been here 2 weeks, climbing almost daily, always alone. The other mountaineers say he is skilled but strange. He speaks little, keeps to himself, seems more interested in watching the hotel than in the peaks. Watson felt a small thrill of discovery, the sensation of finding a thread that might lead somewhere significant. Has he shown interest in the diplomatic summit? Not openly, Frau Steiner said, her tone thoughtful, but I have noticed him in the public rooms when the diplomats gather, always with a book or newspaper, always seeming to read rather than observe. Yet I have cleaned rooms for 30 years, Doctor, and I know the difference between someone truly absorbed in reading and someone using reading as a disguise for watching. The conversation continued, revealing the complex social ecosystem below stairs. Who spoke with whom, whose behaviour had changed recently, which guests treated staff as human and which as furniture. Watson learned that one of the British diplomatic attachés had been asking unusual questions about Alpine rescue procedures, that a French secretary had been seen late at night in corridors where she had no obvious business, that an Austrian advisor had arrived with more luggage than anyone could possibly need for a 2-week stay. By the time Watson finished his coffee and thanked the staff for their openness, he had accumulated a substantial collection of observations and suspicions, pieces of a puzzle that would need to be fit together with whatever Holmes was learning in his own conversations upstairs. He found Holmes in the hotel library an hour later, the detective surrounded by books that he appeared to be consulting for some specific purpose. Volumes on Alpine geology, climbing history, the political geography of Central Europe in the 1890s. Holmes looked up as Watson entered, his eyes sharp with the focused intensity that meant his mind was working at full capacity. "Productive morning?" Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer from Watson's expression. "Very," Watson confirmed, settling into a chair and relating what he'd learned from the staff. Holmes listened without interruption, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, absorbing information and fitting it into whatever mental framework he'd been constructing. When Watson finished, Holmes was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. "Klaus Brenner," he said finally. "German. Skilled mountaineer, solitary, observant. I've seen him in the public rooms. Late 30s, lean build, moves with the economy of someone who's spent significant time at altitude. Speaks little, but watches much, as your housekeeper noted." He paused, considering. "My morning was equally illuminating, though in different ways." Holmes stood and moved to the library window, where the view opened onto the hotel's rear terrace and the peaks beyond. "I've had conversations with 4 of the 5 diplomatic representatives, plus several of their staff. What's interesting is not what they said, but what they carefully avoided saying. Everyone acknowledges that Count Volkov's accident was unfortunate. No one speculates about whether it might have been more than an accident. Each representative expresses hope that the summit will proceed smoothly, yet each has subtle reservations about the other's intentions. The usual diplomatic dance, Watson observed. Yes, but with an undercurrent of genuine fear that's difficult to disguise completely. They're all wondering if they might be next, if Volkov was targeted specifically or as a warning to all of them. It's made them cautious, suspicious, precisely the atmosphere that makes productive negotiation nearly impossible." Holmes turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. Which raises an interesting question. Does the saboteur want to prevent agreement, or to force agreement through fear? The two motives lead to very different profiles of who we're seeking. Watson considered this, trying to think through the implications. If they want to prevent agreement, they continue causing incidents, disrupting the summit until it collapses entirely. If they want to force agreement through fear, one dramatic attempt might be sufficient. Make everyone eager to conclude business and leave this dangerous place. Exactly. Holmes resumed his seat, picking up one of the books he'd been consulting. I've been researching the political stakes of this particular summit. The treaty being negotiated would establish a network of trade agreements and mutual defence pacts that could significantly alter the balance of power in southeastern Europe. Several major powers would benefit from such an agreement. It would stabilise a volatile region, create profitable trading relationships, and establish clear spheres of influence. But at least one major power would be dramatically weakened by it, finding their own influence marginalised, their strategic interests undermined. Which power? Watson asked, though he suspected he could guess from Holmes's emphasis. That, Holmes said, is where matters become delicate, because the power most threatened is also the one with the most sophisticated intelligence, apparatus, the greatest experience in covert operations, and the strongest tradition of achieving political goals through means that leave no fingerprints. He set down the book with deliberate care. I'm speaking, of course, of the German Empire. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Alpine cold seeping through the library windows. Germany in the 1890s was an ascending power, ambitious and militaristic, unified only recently, but growing rapidly in industrial and military strength. The German approach to international relations had always been characterized by ruthless pragmatism, a willingness to use whatever tools served their interests, conventional or otherwise. You think the German government is behind the attempt on Volkov? Watson asked quietly, conscious that even in a library in Switzerland such accusations could have serious consequences. I think, Holmes replied carefully, that German interests are served by preventing this treaty, and that Klaus Brenner is German, and that he possesses exactly the skills necessary to sabotage climbing equipment. I also think, he continued, that drawing such a conclusion would be premature without additional evidence, and that there are other actors who might benefit from framing Germany for such an act, thereby poisoning negotiations and achieving through false accusation what they couldn't achieve through honest disagreement. A tangled web, Watson muttered, the specialty of those who operate in the shadows. Holmes stood again, restless energy driving him into motion. This afternoon I want to speak with Brenner directly. Meanwhile, there's another matter that requires investigation. The hotel concierge who recommended the glacier path to Volkov. Mycroft has arranged for me to review staff records, but I'd like you to observe the concierge in action, see how he interacts with guests, whether he shows any signs of being compromised or complicit. They spent the early afternoon in separate pursuits again, Watson positioning himself in the hotel lobby, where he could observe the concierge's desk without being obvious about it. The concierge was a Swiss man named Herr Möller, middle-aged and professional, who handled guest requests with practiced efficiency, arranging carriages, recommending restaurants, providing information about local attractions and climbing routes. Watson watched him recommend the glacier path to 3 different guests over the course of 2 hours, describing it in identical terms each time as a scenic but manageable route, suitable for those with moderate fitness and proper equipment. There was nothing suspicious in Möller's manner, no signs of hidden agenda or particular interest in which guests chose which routes. He was, as far as Watson could determine, simply doing his job competently, which meant, Watson realised, that if the concierge had been used to direct Volkov toward danger, he'd been used unwittingly, fed information or instructions that seemed innocent but served a darker purpose. The real question was who had influenced the concierge's recommendations, and how. Holmes's interview with Klaus Brenner took place in the late afternoon, in the library where they could speak with some privacy, but not so much that the conversation would seem clandestine. Watson sat in a corner with a book, ostensibly reading but actually listening intently to the exchange between the detective and the mountaineer. Brenner spoke quietly, his German accent thick but his English adequate. Yes, he had been at the hotel for 2 weeks. Yes, he was an experienced climber, had scaled peaks throughout the Alps. No, He had no particular interest in the diplomatic summit beyond mild curiosity about why important people would choose to conduct business in such a remote location. Yes, he had asked questions about equipment in the storage room, but only out of professional interest in how a commercial establishment maintained gear that lives depended upon. His answers were reasonable, his manner neither defensive nor overly cooperative. He was, Watson thought, exactly what he claimed to be, a serious mountaineer pursuing his passion in one of the world's premier climbing destinations. Or he was an exceptionally skilled operative who knew how to present exactly the appearance of innocence required. "Tell me about the glacier path," Holmes said, his tone conversational. "You've climbed it, I presume?" "Several times," Brenner confirmed. "It is a good route for tourists, not technically challenging, but offering excellent views. The fixed rope section is well maintained, the anchors secure. I have recommended it to other guests myself when asked about suitable introductory climbs." "Did you recommend it to Count Volkov?" "I did not speak with Count Volkov before his accident." Brenner's expression remained neutral. "I am not here to socialise with diplomats, Mr. Holmes. I am here to climb mountains." After Brenner left, Holmes sat in thoughtful silence, his fingers drumming a slow rhythm on the arm of his chair. "What did you observe, Watson?" "That he's either innocent or extraordinarily well trained," Watson replied. "His answers were consistent, his manner appropriate. If he's our saboteur, he's good enough that we'll need more than intuition to prove it." "Indeed." Holmes stood and moved to the window, where afternoon light slanted golden across the snow-covered peaks. "We're missing something, Watson. Some connection that makes sense of the pieces we've gathered. The tampering required knowledge, opportunity, and motive. We've identified several people with knowledge, many with opportunity, but the motive remains frustratingly unclear." Watson joined his friend at the window, the two of them gazing out at mountains that held their secrets as carefully as any human conspirator. "What does Mycroft say?" "Mycroft says the summit is scheduled to conclude in 3 days, which means if our saboteur wants to prevent agreement, they must act again soon. Either another attempt on Volkov to finish what they started, or an escalation, something dramatic enough to make continuation impossible." Holmes's voice was quiet but intense. "We're running out of time, Watson. And somewhere in this hotel, someone is planning their next move, believing themselves cleverer than justice, more ruthless than consequence." The sun touched the peaks with fire as it descended toward the western horizon, painting the snow in shades of orange and pink that made the mountains look like they burned from within. Beautiful and terrible at once, Watson thought. Like everything else in this investigation, lovely surfaces hiding treacherous depths, elegant appearances concealing deadly intentions. Night would come soon, bringing with it whatever shadows chose to move when observation became difficult, and tomorrow they would continue their search for truth among people who specialized in hiding it, in a place where nature itself conspired to make every death look accidental, every fall seem like simple misfortune rather than deliberate murder. The game continued, played out against the most dramatic backdrop Watson had ever witnessed. And as darkness crept down from the peaks toward the valley, covering the world in shadow, he wondered which would come first, discovery of the saboteur, or their next attempt at making murder look like the mountain's indifferent work. The third morning at the Alpine Hotel began with a discovery that changed everything. Watson was pulled from sleep by urgent knocking on his door, the kind of hammering that suggested emergency rather than courtesy. He stumbled from bed, pulling on his robe, his doctor's instincts already preparing for whatever crisis awaited. When he opened the door, he found Jakob Steiner, the guide, his weathered face pale with shock. "Herr Doctor, come quickly," Steiner said, his English fractured by urgency. "There has been another incident. Not climbing this time, but something else. Something worse, perhaps." Watson dressed with the speed of old military habit, his mind already cataloguing possibilities. Injury, illness, another attempted murder disguised as accident. He knocked sharply on Holmes's door and his friend emerged already fully dressed, alert in the way that suggested he might not have slept at all, or had slept so lightly that the first sound brought him to full wakefulness. They followed Steiner through corridors still dim with pre-dawn shadow, past closed doors behind which guests slept unaware that something had fractured the hotel's carefully maintained atmosphere of safety. Down the stairs to the ground floor, then out through a side entrance onto the terrace that overlooked the eastern valley, where the first grey light of morning was just beginning to soften the absolute darkness of Alpine night. A small crowd had gathered at the terrace's edge, hotel staff mostly, with a few early rising guests drawn by the commotion. They parted as Holmes and Watson approached, revealing what had drawn them from their warm beds into the bitter cold of mountain dawn. Someone had built a cairn, a pile of stones stacked deliberately in the centre of the terrace, perhaps a metre high, constructed with the kind of care that mountaineers use to mark trails or commemorate summits. But this cairn had not been built to guide travellers or honour achievement. Placed prominently on top of the stone pile was a length of climbing rope, cut cleanly through, the severed ends arranged to form a noose, and written in the frost on the terrace stones in letters large enough to read from several metres away was a single word in German: warning, warning. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. This was escalation, a move from covert sabotage to overt threat. Someone had spent hours in the freezing darkness building this monument to intimidation, this message that could not be misinterpreted. Holmes approached the cairn with careful steps, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. The size and arrangement of stones, the type of rope used, the precise formation of the letters in the frost. He crouched beside it, examining without touching, reading the scene the way others read books. The stones are from the mountain paths, he murmured, more to himself than to the watching crowd. Someone carried them here, one by one, perhaps 24 trips back and forth in the darkness. The rope is standard climbing equipment, hemp and fibre, cut with a sharp blade. You can see the clean edges, no fraying or tearing, and the frost is writing. He moved to examine the letters more closely, written with a gloved finger, judging by the width and depth of the marks. Someone wearing climbing gloves, which is sensible for working in this cold. Who discovered this? Watson asked, pulling his own coat tighter against the wind that swept across the terrace, carrying ice crystals that stung like tiny needles. I did, said a young maid whose name Watson remembered as Anna. Her voice trembled slightly, though whether from cold or fear was impossible to say. I come out early to sweep the terrace before guests take their morning walks. I saw the stones first, though perhaps it was some guests' idea of decoration. Then I saw the rope, and the word, and She trailed off, shaking her head. You did the right to call for help, Watson assured her gently. This is certainly not something you should have had to deal with alone. Mycroft Holmes appeared from inside the hotel, wrapped in a heavy overcoat, moving with the measured pace of someone who refused to let crisis disturb his dignity. He took in the scene with one comprehensive glance, his expression revealing nothing, though Watson suspected considerable calculation was happening behind that impassive facade. Gentlemen, Mycroft said quietly, positioning himself so his bulk blocked some of the wind. It appears our saboteur has decided that subtlety no longer serves their purposes. This is meant to terrify, to make everyone question their safety, to poison the summit's atmosphere so thoroughly that productive negotiation becomes impossible. Or, Holmes countered, standing from his examination of the cairn, this is meant to look like it's directed at the summit, when in fact it has a much more specific target. He pointed to the terrace's layout. Notice where the cairn is positioned, directly in line with Count Volkov's room. If he were to open his curtains this morning, this would be the first thing he'd see. The message is for him specifically, though delivered in a way that creates broader fear. Watson followed Holmes's reasoning, seeing how the cairn's placement aligned almost perfectly with the third-floor windows where Volkov's suite was located. Finish the job, or else, he said quietly. That's what this is saying. The first attempt failed, but the threat remains. More than that, Holmes added, circling the cairn slowly, his mind clearly working through implications. This is also a demonstration of capability. Our saboteur is saying they can move freely through the hotel at night, can work for hours without detection, can access equipment and materials despite any precautions we might think we've taken. It's arrogance as much as warning. Look what I can do and you cannot stop me. The sun finally cleared the eastern peaks, spilling golden light across the terrace, and in that sudden illumination, Watson saw something he'd missed in the grey dawn. Footprints in the frost, dozens of them, leading to and from the cairn, overlapping and confused but definitely present. Holmes saw them in the same moment, his expression sharpening with interest. "Everyone step back," he commanded, his voice carrying the authority that made even strangers obey. "Those prints are evidence, and we need to preserve what we can before the sun melts them entirely." For the next 20 minutes, Holmes worked with intense concentration, examining the footprints from every angle, measuring them against his own feet and Watson's, making notes in the small leather journal he always carried. Watson recognised this mode, his friend becoming pure observation, absorbing data with the voracious attention that characterised his approach to any puzzle worth solving. 3 different sets of prints, Holmes announced finally, as the sun's warmth began erasing the frost, and with it the fragile evidence. "One belongs to our maid Anna, smaller, lighter tread, approaching from the door and retreating the same way when she discovered the cairn. The second set is larger, heavier, approaching from the south side of the terrace where the stairs lead down to the grounds. These prints show someone carrying weight, the stones, presumably, making multiple trips. The stride length and depth suggest a man, reasonably tall, strong enough to carry significant loads without obvious strain." "And the third set," Watson prompted. "Ah, that's where matters become interesting." Holmes pointed to prints that overlaid the others in several places. These came later after the cairn was built. Lighter prints, more careful placement, someone walking the perimeter as if inspecting the work. The stride is shorter, the weight distribution different. Either a woman or a smaller man moving with deliberation, taking time to ensure everything was arranged properly. "And 2 people working together," Watson said, feeling the investigation shift in this new direction. "The saboteur and an accomplice. Or," Mycroft interjected, his voice thoughtful, "a saboteur and someone monitoring their work. Not necessarily a willing accomplice, but an overseer, ensuring the task was completed correctly. Which suggests organisation beyond a single actor, resources that extend beyond individual capability." Holmes nodded slowly, his eyes distant with thought. "We're not dealing with a lone assassin or an opportunistic murderer. We're dealing with an operation, probably state-sponsored, with multiple actors playing coordinated roles. The sophistication of the equipment tampering, the psychological warfare of this display, the evident intelligence about the summit's participants, all of it points to professional operators rather than passionate amateurs." The hotel manager arrived, flustered and apologetic, followed by 2 local constables who'd been summoned from the nearest village. Holmes spent another hour walking them through his observations, though Watson could see his friend's frustration at having to explain what seemed obvious to his keen eye. The constables were competent enough for local matters, settling disputes, investigating petty thefts, but utterly unprepared for international intrigue and attempted assassination, disguised as mountain accidents. By the time breakfast was served in the dining room, news of the cairn had spread through the hotel with the inevitable efficiency of gossip in closed communities. Watson noticed how the diplomatic guests clustered together, speaking in low voices, casting suspicious glances at other tables. The cordial atmosphere that had characterised the summit's early days had evaporated entirely, replaced by a tension so thick it seemed to press against the walls. Count Volkov ate alone at a corner table, his face drawn with the exhaustion of someone who hadn't slept, his eyes constantly scanning the room as if expecting threat from any direction. When Watson caught his gaze, the Count gave a small nod of acknowledgement, but there was resignation in his expression, the look of a man who'd accepted that death might find him despite all precautions. Holmes pushed food around his plate without eating much, his attention divided between observation of the other guests and whatever calculations occupied his extraordinary mind. Watson had seen this before, his friend burning mental energy at such a rate that physical sustenance became almost irrelevant, the brain consuming resources faster than the body could supply them. "We need to change tactics," Holmes said quietly, leaning close so his voice wouldn't carry beyond their table. "The saboteur has moved from covert action to public display, which means they're either becoming desperate or following a predetermined escalation plan. Either way, passive investigation is no longer sufficient. We need to force their hand, create a situation where they must reveal themselves. That sounds dangerous, Watson observed, though he'd already accepted that danger was part of whatever came next. It is dangerous, Holmes confirmed, but remaining passive is still dangerous. The summit concludes in 2 days. If our saboteur wants to prevent agreement, they must act soon, and likely with greater boldness than before. We can wait for them to choose the time and place, or we can create circumstances that force them to act on our terms. What did you have in mind? Before Holmes could answer, Klaus Brenner entered the dining room, moving with the same quiet efficiency that characterized everything about the German mountaineer. He collected coffee and bread from the buffet, then carried his tray to an isolated table near the windows, positioning himself as he always did so he could observe the room while seeming absorbed in his own thoughts. Holmes watched him with unblinking attention, and Watson saw something shift in his friend's expression, a decision being made, a risk being calculated and accepted. "This afternoon," Holmes said, still watching Brenner, "Count Volkov will announce that he's making another climb. Not the glacier path this time. Something more challenging, a route that requires technical skill and proper equipment. He'll request a guide, specify the equipment he needs, make it all very public so everyone knows his plans." "You're using him as bait," Watson said, keeping his voice neutral, though he felt immediate concern for the Count's safety. "Two people working together," Watson said, feeling the investigation shift in this new direction. "The saboteur and an accomplice." "Or," Mycroft interjected, his voice thoughtful, "a saboteur and someone monitoring their work. Not necessarily a willing accomplice, but an overseer, ensuring the task was completed correctly, which suggests organisation beyond a single actor, resources that extend beyond individual capability." Holmes nodded slowly, his eyes distant with thought. "We're not dealing with a lone assassin or an opportunistic murderer. We're dealing with an operation, probably state-sponsored, with multiple actors playing coordinated roles. The sophistication of the equipment tampering, the psychological warfare of this display, the evident intelligence about the summit's participants, all of it points to professional operators rather than passionate amateurs." The hotel manager arrived, flustered and apologetic, followed by 2 local constables who'd been summoned from the nearest village. Holmes spent another hour walking them through his observations, though Watson could see his friend's frustration at having to explain what seemed obvious to his keen eye. The constables were competent enough for local matters, settling disputes, investigating petty thefts, but utterly unprepared for international intrigue and attempted assassination disguised as mountain accidents. By the time breakfast was served in the dining room, news of the cairn had spread through the hotel with the inevitable efficiency of gossip in closed communities. Watson noticed how the diplomatic guests clustered together, speaking in low voices, casting suspicious glances at other tables. The cordial atmosphere that had characterized the summit's early days had evaporated entirely, replaced by a tension so thick it seemed to press against the walls. Count Volkov ate alone at a corner table, his face drawn with the exhaustion of someone who hadn't slept, his eyes constantly scanning the room as if expecting threat from any direction. When Watson caught his gaze, the Count gave a small nod of acknowledgement, but there was resignation in his expression, the look of a man who'd accepted that death might find him despite all precautions. Holmes pushed food around his plate without eating much, his attention divided between observation of the other guests and whatever calculations occupied his extraordinary mind. Watson had seen this before, his friend burning mental energy at such a rate that physical sustenance became almost irrelevant, the brain consuming resources faster than the body could supply them. "We need to change tactics," Holmes said quietly, leaning close so his voice wouldn't carry beyond their table. "The saboteur has moved from covert action to public display, which means they're either becoming desperate or following a predetermined escalation plan. Either way, passive investigation is no longer sufficient. We need to force their hand, create a situation where they must reveal themselves." "That sounds dangerous," Watson observed, though he'd already accepted that danger was part of whatever came next. "It is dangerous," Holmes confirmed, "but remaining passive is still dangerous. The summit concludes in 2 days. If our saboteur wants to prevent agreement, they must act soon, and likely with greater boldness than before. We can wait for them to choose the time and place, or we can create circumstances that force them to act on our terms. What did you have in mind? Before Holmes could answer, Klaus Brenner entered the dining room, moving with the same quiet efficiency that characterized everything about the German mountaineer. He collected coffee and bread from the buffet, then carried his tray to an isolated table near the windows. Positioning himself as he always did so, he could observe the room while seeming absorbed in his own thoughts. Holmes watched him with unblinking attention, and Watson saw something shift in his friend's expression, a decision being made, a risk being calculated and accepted. "This afternoon," Holmes said, still watching Brenner, "Count Volkov will announce that he's making another climb. Not the glacier path this time, something more challenging, a route that requires technical skill and proper equipment. He'll request a guide, specify the equipment he needs, make it all very public so everyone knows his plans." "You're using him as bait," Watson said, keeping his voice neutral though he felt immediate concern for the Count's safety. It was more challenging than the glacier path, he explained to his attaché with apparent enthusiasm, but he wanted to test himself against something more demanding before returning home. Jakob Steiner would guide him, naturally. The equipment coordinator was already preparing the necessary gear, specific harnesses, ropes, carabiners, all to be checked and double-checked for safety. They'd depart at dawn, aiming to summit by midday and return before afternoon weather made conditions unpredictable. Watson, seated across the room with a book he wasn't reading, watched the other guests' reactions. Most showed polite interest or mild concern, the kind of response appropriate when a diplomatic colleague announced a potentially risky endeavour. But a few reactions were more telling. Klaus Brenner's eyes narrowed slightly, his coffee cup pausing halfway to his lips. A French secretary named Mademoiselle Dubois leaned forward with what seemed like excessive interest, and most intriguingly, a British diplomatic attaché named Pemberton actually stood and approached Volkov, engaging him in a lengthy conversation about the wisdom of such climbs given recent events, his manner suggesting concern but his questions probing for specific details about timing and equipment. Holmes caught Watson's eye from across the room, a subtle nod confirming that he too had noted these reactions. The trap was set. Now they would see which fish were hungry enough or desperate enough to bite. That evening Holmes organised a watch rotation with military precision. Mycroft provided 2 trusted men from the British Diplomatic Security Detail, both experienced in covert observation. They would monitor the equipment room in shifts throughout the night, noting anyone who approached, documenting any attempts at access. Holmes would take the midnight to dawn watch personally, positioning himself where he could observe both the equipment room and the corridors leading to it. Watson insisted on joining him for that final shift, despite Holmes's protestations about the need for rest. "You'll need someone to confirm your observations," Watson argued, "and someone to watch your back if matters turn physical. We don't know how desperate these people might become." They settled into their observation post at 5 minutes before midnight, a storage alcove that provided clear sightlines while keeping them in shadow. The hotel had quieted to its nighttime rhythms, the occasional creak of old wood settling, the whisper of wind against windows, the distant sounds of late-night staff finishing their duties. The gas lamps were turned low, creating pools of amber light separated by stretches of darkness where anything might move unseen. For 2 hours, nothing happened. Watson felt his attention wavering despite his best efforts, the warmth of the hotel and the lateness of the hour conspiring to make alertness difficult. Beside him, Holmes remained perfectly still, his breathing barely audible, his focus unwavering. This was where his friend's singular nature showed most clearly, the ability to maintain absolute concentration for hours when necessary, as if he could simply decide that sleep and distraction were irrelevant and make that decision binding on his own physiology. At 2:15 in the morning they heard it, soft footsteps approaching from the south corridor, someone moving with deliberate stealth, keeping to the edges where floorboards were less likely to creak. Watson's hand moved instinctively to his coat pocket where his revolver rested. though he prayed he wouldn't need to use it. A figure emerged into the dim light near the equipment room door, not tall but moving with confidence, dressed in dark clothing that blended with shadow. They paused at the door, producing something from their pocket that glinted briefly in the lamplight. A key, Watson realised. They had a key to the equipment room. The door opened silently. Someone had oiled the hinges recently, Watson thought. Another sign of planning and preparation. The figure slipped inside, leaving the door slightly ajar, and a moment later the faint glow of a shielded lantern appeared within. Holmes touched Watson's arm, a signal to remain still and observe. They watched as the figure moved about inside the equipment room, the lantern's glow shifting as they examined various items. Minutes passed in tense silence, Watson's heart beating faster despite the apparent calm of the scene. This was it. They were witnessing the sabotage as it happened, catching their quarry in the act. Then, unexpectedly, a second figure appeared from the north corridor, approaching the equipment room from the opposite direction. This one was larger, moving with a different rhythm, and Watson felt Holmes tense beside him as new calculations raced through the detective's mind. The second figure paused at the equipment room door, seeming to listen, then pushed it open fully and stepped inside. There was a moment of absolute stillness, and then voices, low, urgent, speaking in German too rapid and too quiet for Watson to follow completely, but clearly an argument, a confrontation between two people who hadn't expected to encounter each other. Holmes was moving before Watson fully registered his intention, crossing the corridor with 3 quick strides, positioning himself in the equipment room doorway, blocking any escape. Watson followed, his revolver now in hand though pointed safely toward the floor, his military training taking over as situations turned potentially dangerous. "Good evening," Holmes said pleasantly, as if he'd encountered friends at a social gathering rather than saboteurs in the act of tampering with equipment. "Or perhaps I should say good morning, given the hour. I'm afraid I must ask both of you to remain exactly where you are and explain what brings you to the equipment room in the middle of the night." The lantern's light revealed 2 faces, both familiar from Watson's observations over the past days. The first was Mademoiselle Dubois, the French secretary, her expression cycling rapidly through shock calculation and finally a kind of resigned defiance. The second was Major Pemberton, the British attaché, his hand frozen halfway to his coat pocket, his face a mask of professional composure struggling to assert itself over genuine surprise. "Mr. Holmes," Pemberton said, his voice carefully controlled, "this is not what it appears." "I find," Holmes replied, "that it is almost always exactly what it appears when one finds diplomatic officials prowling equipment rooms at 2 a.m. The only question is whether you're working together or at cross purposes, which I confess I'm quite curious to learn." Watson moved to cover the doorway as Holmes had, creating a second barrier to escape, though he suspected neither of these people would attempt anything so crude as a physical altercation. They were intelligence operatives, trained in subterfuge and misdirection, and whatever happened next would likely involve words rather than violence. "We should speak somewhere more private," Mademoiselle Dubois said, her English excellent despite the French accent. "This matter is considerably more complex than you imagine, and involves interests that extend beyond your current investigation." "Then by all means," Holmes said, gesturing toward the corridor, "let us retire to somewhere we can speak freely. Though I should warn you that anything less than complete honesty at this point will result in my asking the local authorities to detain you both pending consultation with your respective governments. I suspect neither France nor Britain would appreciate their representatives being exposed as potential murderers operating on neutral Swiss territory." The walk to Holmes's room was conducted in tense silence, all 4 of them aware that whatever happened in the next hour would determine not just the resolution of the immediate case, but potentially the success or failure of an international summit that had brought them all to this remote Alpine hotel. And as they climbed the stairs toward whatever revelations awaited, Watson found himself thinking about the footprints in the frost, the 2 sets that Holmes had identified at the cairn. 2 people working together, or 2 people engaged in parallel operations with overlapping goals. Either way, the sabotage was more complex than a single actor with a simple motive. The mountains outside the window stood silent and eternal, indifferent to human schemes, waiting with the patience of stone for dawn to reveal whatever truths the night had concealed. And somewhere in the hotel, possibly still watching, possibly aware that their accomplices had been captured, was the person who'd built that threatening cairn, who'd cut the rope, who'd staged Count Volkov's near-fatal accident. The game, as Holmes liked to say, was far from over, but they'd finally managed to capture some of the pieces, and with them, Watson hoped, would come the answers that made sense of everything that had seemed so deliberately opaque. Holmes's room became an impromptu interrogation chamber in the small hours of the morning, lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows against the wooden walls. Watson positioned himself by the door, not quite guarding it, but making clear that departure without explanation was not an option. Major Pemberton and Mademoiselle Dubois sat in the two available chairs, maintaining the dignified composure of people accustomed to difficult situations, though Watson could see the tension in how they held themselves. Rigid postures, hands carefully still, eyes calculating consequences. Holmes stood by the window, his back to the dark glass, his face half in shadow, playing the scene with the theatrical instinct that sometimes surfaced when he wanted to unsettle his subjects. He let the silence stretch uncomfortably, waiting to see who would break first. Who would feel the need to fill the void with explanation or excuse. It was Mademoiselle Dubois who spoke, her voice steady despite the circumstances. "Before we begin, Mr. Holmes, I should tell you that I am not merely a secretary to the French delegation. My actual position is considerably more, shall we say, operational in nature. I work for the 12e Bureau, French military intelligence, and I am here on official business sanctioned at the highest levels of my government. And I," Pemberton added with a slight grimace, "am attached to Her Majesty's Foreign Office in a capacity that involves the security of British diplomatic interests abroad. My presence at this summit is not coincidental, nor is it primarily diplomatic in the traditional sense." Holmes's eyebrow arched slightly. "So we have French intelligence and British security, both prowling equipment rooms in the middle of the night. How reassuring for Count Volkov to know that so many people are taking such keen interest in his climbing arrangements." "We are not the saboteurs," Dubois said firmly. "We are investigating the sabotage just as you are, though clearly with less success since you've managed to catch us while we've caught no one." "Then perhaps," Holmes suggested, moving away from the window to lean against the desk, "you should explain what led you to the equipment room at 2 PM, the morning, armed with keys and lanterns and apparently no coordination with each other, despite serving allied nations." Pemberton and Dubois exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them, assessing how much to reveal, how much cooperation served their respective interests. Finally, Pemberton sighed and began speaking with the air of someone who decided that honesty was the least damaging option available. 3 weeks ago, British intelligence received information through channels. I cannot disclose that this diplomatic summit might be targeted for disruption. The source suggested that one or more participants would face unfortunate accidents designed to poison the atmosphere and prevent agreement. We passed this intelligence to our French colleagues, as the threat affected interests we share. I was dispatched to observe and, if possible, prevent such disruptions, Dubois continued. When Count Volkov's climbing accident occurred, it confirmed our fears. I've been monitoring equipment and personnel since then, trying to identify who might attempt another incident. Tonight, I had intelligence that someone planned to tamper with the gear being prepared for tomorrow's climb. I went to secure it, to catch them in the act. "And you, Major Pemberton?" Holmes prompted. "Much the same, though from a different starting point. I became suspicious of Klaus Brenner several days ago. His cover as a mountaineer is good, but there are inconsistencies in his background that suggest military training, possibly German intelligence. I've been following his movements, and tonight I observed him moving through the hotel corridors at an hour when all legitimate guests should be sleeping. I followed, expecting him to lead me to the equipment room, but instead I found," he gestured toward Dubois, "our French colleague, equally engaged in unauthorised nocturnal activity. Watson listened to all this with a growing sense that the investigation had just become considerably more complicated. So where is Brenner now, if he was moving through the corridors but didn't reach the equipment room? The question hung in the air, unanswered, and Watson saw realisation dawn on the faces around him. If Brenner had been moving through the hotel but hadn't reached the equipment room when Pemberton diverted to confront Dubois, then where had the German mountaineer gone? What had he been doing while the British and French intelligence officers were discovering each other? Holmes was already moving, crossing to the door with sudden urgency. The equipment room may have been a diversion. Watson, come with me. Major, mademoiselle, you will remain here and consider whether your respective governments would appreciate learning that their operatives allowed a potential assassin to operate freely while they confronted each other. They ran through the corridors with as much speed as silence would permit, Holmes in the lead, Watson close behind, both men driven by the same terrible thought, that while attention had been focused on catching someone tampering with climbing equipment, the real attack was happening elsewhere, in some form they hadn't anticipated. Count Volkov's suite was on the 3rd floor, east wing, with windows overlooking the terrace where the cairn had been built. Holmes took the stairs 2 at a time, Watson following with the slightly laboured breathing of a man whose military fitness was now years behind him, but whose courage remained undimmed. They reached the 3rd floor to find the corridor empty, silent, lit only by a single gas lamp turned low. Volkov's door was closed, but not locked. Holmes turned the handle and pushed it open carefully, every sense alert for danger, for threat, for whatever scene might await inside. The suite sitting room was dark, save for moonlight streaming through the windows, painting everything in shades of silver and black. No signs of struggle, no indication of violence or intrusion. But the bedroom door stood open when it should have been closed, and from within came a sound that made Watson's doctor instincts flare into alarm, the rapid, shallow breathing of someone in distress, fighting for air, struggling against something that threatened to steal breath entirely. They found Count Volkov on the floor beside his bed, his face a terrible grey colour in the moonlight, his hands clutching at his throat, his eyes wide with panic and the certain knowledge that he was dying. The room smelled wrong. A chemical scent, sharp and unnatural, something that didn't belong in mountain air. Watson was beside Volkov in an instant, his medical training overriding everything else, his hands checking pulse and breathing, his mind cataloguing symptoms even as he worked to help. "Poisoning," he said sharply to Holmes. "Some kind of respiratory agent. Help me get him to the window, he needs fresh air." Together they lifted Volkov, carrying him to the window which Holmes threw open, letting the frigid mountain night pour into the overheated room. The Count gasped, pulling in great lungfuls of clean air, his colour slowly, painfully slowly, beginning to improve from that deadly grey towards something more human. "The pillow," Holmes said, crossing to the bed and lifting the pillow Volkov had been sleeping on. He held it to his nose for the briefest moment, then pulled it away sharply. Chloroform, or something similar, applied to the fabric so that when he lay down to sleep, he would breathe it in gradually. Not enough to kill quickly, but enough to induce respiratory distress, to make it look like a heart attack or altitude sickness striking in the night. Watson continued working with Volkov, checking his vital signs, ensuring that the fresh air was doing its work, that the Count's breathing was becoming steadier, deeper, more regular. "He'll survive," he said finally, relief evident in his voice. But another 10 minutes breathing those fumes and we'd have found a corpse rather than a living man. "Who did this?" Volkov managed to rasp, his voice raw, his hands still shaking from the proximity to death. "Who was in my room?" "That," Holmes said grimly, examining the windows, the door, looking for signs of entry or exit, "is what we need to determine. The door wasn't forced, which suggests either someone with a key or someone who gained entry earlier and concealed themselves until you retired. The windows show no signs of opening from outside, though at this height that would be nearly impossible anyway." He moved through the suite with focused intensity, examining every surface, every object, looking for the small disruptions that would indicate someone else's presence. In the sitting room, He paused by the door to the corridor, crouching to examine the lock mechanism with his magnifying glass drawn from his pocket. "Picked," he announced. "Recently, and with skill. You can see the fresh scratches in the metal, barely visible, but definitely present." Someone entered while Volkov slept, treated the pillow with chloroform and left again, locking the door behind them to delay discovery and ensure the poison had maximum time to work. Watson helped Volkov to a chair by the open window, wrapping a blanket around the Count's shoulders, his doctor's eye noting the lingering tremors, the shock that followed near-death experiences. "You'll need to stay awake for the next few hours," he instructed gently. "The effects of the chloroform need to fully dissipate. I'll stay with you, monitor your condition." Holmes was already moving toward the door. "I'm going to Brenner's room." If he was moving through the hotel while we were occupied with Pemberton and Dubois, and if he's now safely back in bed pretending innocence, that tells us a great deal. Watson, calling for Mycroft, has him bring his security men. We're ending this tonight. Count Volkov's suite was on the 3rd floor, east wing, with windows overlooking the terrace where the cairn had been built. Holmes took the stairs 2 at a time, Watson following with the slightly laboured breathing of a man whose military fitness was now years behind him, but whose courage remained undimmed. They reached the 3rd floor to find the corridor empty, silent, lit only by a single gas lamp turned low. Volkov's door was closed, but not locked. Holmes turned the handle and pushed it open carefully, every sense alert for danger, for threat, for whatever scene might await inside. The suite sitting room was dark, save for moonlight streaming through the windows, painting everything in shades of silver and black. No signs of struggle, no indication of violence or intrusion. But the bedroom door stood open when it should have been closed, and from within came a sound that made Watson's doctor instincts flare into alarm, the rapid, shallow breathing of someone in distress, fighting for air, struggling against something that threatened to steal breath entirely. They found Count Volkov on the floor beside his bed, his face a terrible grey colour in the moonlight, his hands clutching at his throat, his eyes wide with panic and the certain knowledge that he was dying. The room smelled wrong. A chemical scent, sharp and unnatural, something that didn't belong in mountain air. Watson was beside Volkov in an instant, his medical training overriding everything else, his hands checking pulse and breathing, his mind cataloguing symptoms even as he worked to help. "Poisoning," he said sharply to Holmes. "Some kind of respiratory agent. Help me get him to the window, he needs fresh air." Together they lifted Volkov, carrying him to the window which Holmes threw open, letting the frigid mountain night pour into the overheated room. The Count gasped, pulling in great lungfuls of clean air, his colour slowly, painfully slowly, beginning to improve from that deadly grey towards something more human. "The pillow," Holmes said, crossing to the bed and lifting the pillow Volkov had been sleeping on. He held it to his nose for the briefest moment, then pulled it away sharply. "Chloroform, or something similar, applied to the fabric so that when he lay down to sleep, he would breathe it in gradually. Not enough to kill quickly, but enough to induce respiratory distress, to make it look like a heart attack or altitude sickness striking in the night." Watson continued working with Volkov, checking his vital signs, ensuring that the fresh air was doing its work, that the Count's breathing was becoming steadier, deeper, more regular. "He'll survive," he said finally, relief evident in his voice. But another 10 minutes breathing those fumes and we'd have found a corpse rather than a living man. "Who did this?" Volkov managed to rasp, his voice raw, his hands still shaking from the proximity to death. "Who was in my room?" "That," Holmes said grimly, examining the windows, the door, looking for signs of entry or exit, "is what we need to determine. The door wasn't forced, which suggests either someone with a key or someone who gained entry earlier and concealed themselves until you retired. The windows show no signs of opening from outside, though at this height that would be nearly impossible anyway." He moved through the suite with focused intensity, examining every surface, every object, looking for the small disruptions that would indicate someone else's presence. In the sitting room, he paused by the door to the corridor, crouching to examine the lock mechanism with his magnifying glass drawn from his pocket. "Picked," he announced. Recently, and with skill. You can see the fresh scratches in the metal, barely visible, but definitely present. Someone entered while Volkov slept, treated the pillow with chloroform and left again, locking the door behind them to delay discovery and ensure the poison had maximum time to work. Watson helped Volkov to a chair by the open window, wrapping a blanket around the Count's shoulders, his doctor's eye noting the lingering tremors, the shock that followed near-death experiences. "You'll need to stay awake for the next few hours," he instructed gently. "The effects of the chloroform need to fully dissipate. I'll stay with you. Monitor your condition." Holmes was already moving toward the door. "I'm going to Brenner's room." If he was moving through the hotel while we were occupied with Pemberton and Dubois, and if he's now safely back in bed pretending innocence, that tells us a great deal. Watson, calling for Mycroft, has him bring his security men. We're ending this tonight. Into the mountains than be caught and questioned. In the middle of the night, Watson looked out the window at the moonlit landscape, beautiful and deadly in equal measure. That's suicide in these conditions. For an ordinary person, yes. But Brenner is not ordinary. He's a trained operative and an expert mountaineer. He knows these peaks and has spent weeks learning routes and conditions. If anyone could survive a night traverse, it would be someone with his skills. Holmes moved away from the window, his expression thoughtful. "The question is whether we let him run, or whether we pursue." "Pursue," said a voice from the doorway, and they turned to find Mycroft entering, his considerable bulk wrapped in a heavy coat, his face showing none of the exhaustion that the hour and circumstances might justify. He cannot be allowed to escape, not with what he knows, not with what he's attempted. If he reaches German territory, he'll be untouchable, and we'll have no proof, no accountability, no justice. "Then we need a guide," Holmes said. "Someone who knows the night routes, who can track a man across snow and rock in darkness. Someone who has a personal reason to want this saboteur caught." "Jakob Steiner," Watson said immediately. "If anyone can track Brenner, it's Steiner." They found the guide in his small room in the staff quarters, woken from sleep but alert within moments, his weathered face hardening when they explained what had happened. "Brenner," he said, the name carrying the weight of betrayal. "I suspected him, but I have no proof. He's a good climber, very skilled, but there is something wrong in his eyes. The way he looks at mountains, not with respect, but with calculation, as if they are tools rather than forces to be honoured." "Can you track him in the dark?" Holmes asked directly. Steiner considered this, looking out his window at the moonlit peaks. "The moon is bright, and I know these mountains like I know my own hands. If he is moving through them, he will leave signs. Disturbed snow, marks on rock, the small disruptions that cannot be hidden even from a careful traveller. Yes, I can track him. But it is dangerous, Mr. Holmes. Mountain at night does not forgive mistakes." "I'm going with you," Holmes said, in a tone that brooked no argument. "As am I," Watson added, knowing his friend would protest, but determined nonetheless. "You'll need a doctor if anyone is injured, and you'll need someone watching your back. I didn't come all this way to let you chase assassins through the Alps alone." The preparation took 30 minutes. Warm clothes layered for protection, boots with crampons for icy surfaces, ropes and carabiners for steep sections, walking sticks with metal tips for stability. Steiner checked every piece of equipment personally, his professional thoroughness ensuring nothing was left to chance. Mycroft provided a revolver for Holmes, who accepted it with reluctance, preferring his mind as a weapon, but acknowledging that sometimes more primitive tools became necessary. They set out into the night at 4:15 in the morning, with dawn still 2 hours away, moving down from the hotel toward the mountain paths that led south and east toward the German border. The cold was immediate and absolute, finding every gap in clothing, turning breath to visible clouds, making fingers and toes ache within minutes despite woolen protection. But the moon provided surprising illumination, turning snow to silver, making the landscape almost dreamlike in its clarity. Watson found he could see relatively well once his eyes adjusted, though the depth perception was unreliable, making every step a small act of faith that the ground was where it appeared to be. Steiner moved with the confident efficiency of someone who'd walked these paths in all conditions, reading the landscape in ways that seemed almost supernatural. He paused frequently, examining the snow with his shielded lantern, pointing out disturbances that Watson could barely see. A displaced stone, a patch of snow compressed by recent weight, a broken ice crystal that suggested passage within the hour. He moves fast, Steiner observed after 30 minutes of steady climbing. Too fast for safety, but he knows what he does. He goes toward the Schwarzhorn Pass, a difficult route, but it leads most directly to German territory if one can survive the crossing. How long until he reaches the pass? Holmes asked, his breathing controlled despite the altitude and exertion. At this speed? Perhaps 2 hours, maybe less if he takes risks, more if he decides safety matters more than speed. Steiner straightened, looking up at the path ahead, dark and steep against the starlit sky. We can catch him, but we must move quickly, and we must be careful. A man who has attempted murder twice will not hesitate to defend himself if cornered. They climbed higher, following the trail of small disturbances that mark Brenner's passage, moving through a landscape that seemed suspended between night and the promise of dawn. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, indifferent to human drama, and the peaks around them stood in silent witness, having seen countless pursuits and flights across their flanks over the millennia. Watson felt his heart pounding from exertion and altitude, his legs burning with the effort of the climb, his lungs working hard to extract sufficient oxygen from air that grew thinner with every metre of elevation. This was the edge of his physical capability, he realised, the point where age and conditioning met their limits. But Holmes climbed beside him with grim determination, and Steiner moved ahead with unwavering purpose, and Watson would be damned if he'd be the one to slow them down. The path grew steeper, rockier, requiring the use of hands as well as feet, the ropes becoming necessary for sections where a slip would mean a fall that boots and luck couldn't save you from. They traversed ledges where the drop to the side made Watson's stomach clench, where he focused on the rock immediately in front of him, rather than the vast emptiness that pulled at his peripheral vision. And then, as they rounded a shoulder of rock and emerged onto a small plateau, they saw him, Klaus Brenner, perhaps 200 metres ahead, moving steadily toward the pass that would lead him to safety and escape. He hadn't realised he was being followed, hadn't expected pursuit in these conditions, and the sight of him drove Holmes to increase his pace, despite Steiner's cautioning hand. "Mr. Holmes, we must be careful," the guide warned. "This section is unstable. Avalanche danger from snow that has not yet settled properly. Loud noises, sudden movements, even rapid footfalls can trigger slides." But Holmes was beyond caution now, driven by the singular focus that Watson had seen before when his friend was close to solving a case, when the answer was within reach and nothing else mattered. He moved faster, crossing the plateau with long strides, closing the distance to Brenner with determination that bordered on recklessness. Watson followed, his own caution warring with loyalty, choosing ultimately to stay close to his friend rather than abandon him to face danger alone. Steiner came behind, moving with more care but matching their pace, his face showing concern but also understanding. Some things had to be pursued regardless of risk. Some justice demanded to be served even when mountains counselled patience. Brenner heard them when they were 50 metres away, the sound of multiple climbers carrying clearly in the thin air. He turned, and even at that distance Watson could see the calculation in his posture, the assessment of whether to run or to fight, whether escape was still possible, or whether the game had finally reached its inevitable conclusion. For a long moment, the four men stood on that moonlit plateau, surrounded by peaks that had witnessed countless human dramas and would witness countless more, and Watson felt the weight of the moment, how everything had led to this confrontation, this reckoning at altitude, this meeting between those who sought truth and those who trafficked in deception. Brenner's hand moved toward his coat, and Watson's instinct screamed warning even as his own hand found his revolver. Holmes was too close, too exposed, moving across open snow with no cover, no protection beyond his own will and intelligence. Klaus Brenner, Holmes called out, his voice carrying clearly in the cold air. You are caught. There is no escape from here. Surrender, and you will be treated according to the laws of civilized nations. Run or fight, and you make yourself a fugitive from justice with all that implies. Brenner's response was to draw his own weapon. Not a gun, but a knife. The long blade of a mountaineer's tool, deadly in close quarters, glinting silver in the moonlight. And then he spoke for the first time that Watson had heard, his German accent thick but his English clear enough. You understand nothing, Mr. Holmes. This is not about personal justice or national interests. This is about preventing a catastrophe, about stopping an agreement that would make war inevitable rather than prevent it. I am no villain in this story. I am perhaps the only one trying to save thousands of lives by sacrificing one. By attempted murder, Holmes replied, still approaching slowly, carefully. By poisoning and sabotage and terrorist intimidation. Whatever your cause, however you justify it, you have become precisely what you claim to oppose. The confrontation hung balanced on the edge of violence, and Watson tightened his grip on his revolver, knowing that if Brenner attacked Holmes, if that knife moved toward his friend's throat, he would have no choice but to fire, to end a life in defense of another, to make the terrible calculation that doctors and soldiers sometimes faced. But before anyone could move, before the moment could resolve into violence or surrender, the mountain itself intervened. A sound like distant thunder rolled across the plateau, and Steiner's voice cut through the tension with urgent command. Avalanche! Everyone down! Brace yourselves! And then the world became motion and chaos, and the terrible power of snow deciding to obey gravity's ancient pull, and Watson's last thought before instinct took over was that mountains, in the end, always had the final word in human arguments conducted on their slopes. The avalanche was not the catastrophic wall of snow that stories and nightmares conjure, not the massive cascade that sweeps everything before it into oblivion. This was a smaller slide, a river of snow perhaps 3 meters wide, triggered by the vibrations of their voices and footfalls on unstable accumulation. But it was enough. More than enough when you stood in its path at altitude, in darkness, with nowhere to run. Steiner's training saved them. His shouted command had sent all 4 men diving to the ground, spreading their weight, making themselves as flat and small as possible. The snow swept past rather than over them, a rushing, hissing torrent that lasted perhaps 15 seconds but felt like minutes. The cold spray of it stinging exposed skin, the sound of it filling the world with white noise that drowned thought. When it passed, Watson found himself gasping, his face pressed against rock, his hands clutching at stone that anchored him to solidity while chaos flowed around him. He lifted his head carefully, checking that nothing was broken, that all parts still functioned, that the mountain hadn't decided this was his time after all. Holmes was 10 meters away, also rising slowly, methodically checking himself for injury with the careful attention of someone who understood how adrenaline could mask damage. Steiner had maintained his position nearest the edge of the plateau, his mountaineer's instincts having placed him where the avalanche would be weakest. But Klaus Brenner had been caught directly in the flow's centre. Watson saw him struggling to stand, one leg at an awkward angle, his face contorted with pain that even professional training couldn't completely mask. The knife he'd been holding had disappeared, lost somewhere in the tumbled snow, and with it had gone his immediate threat and his defiance. Holmes crossed to him, moving carefully on snow that the avalanche had rearranged into uncertain terrain. "Your leg is broken," he observed, the statement clinical rather than sympathetic. "You cannot run now, even if you wish to." "The mountain has rendered its judgment, it seems," Brenner laughed. A harsh sound that contained pain, and something that might have been relief. Perhaps the mountain understands that some truths are more important than escapes. He looked up at Holmes, moonlight painting his face in stark contrasts. "I will tell you everything, Mr. Holmes. Not because I'm caught, but because you should know what you have stopped, what consequences will follow from your clever investigation." Watson joined them, his medical instincts overriding any other considerations, kneeling to examine Brenner's leg despite their adversarial relationship. "Don't move," he instructed. "The break is clean, but needs to be stabilized before we attempt to move you down the mountain." While Watson worked, fashioning a splint from rope and walking sticks, Brenner spoke. His voice was steady despite the pain, the voice of someone who'd decided that confession served his purposes better than continued resistance. I am, as you suspected, an operative of German military intelligence. My orders came from the highest levels. Prevent the Alpine Treaty from being ratified, using whatever means necessary. The treaty would create an alliance structure that encircles Germany, that limits our legitimate sphere of influence, that makes conflict inevitable because it forces us to break through encirclement or accept strategic containment. So you attempted to murder Count Volkov, Holmes said, his tone neutral, gathering facts rather than making judgments. I attempted to create conditions where the summit would collapse. Volkov's death would have achieved that. His nation would have withdrawn, blamed security failures, demanded concessions that could never be granted. The treaty would have died quietly, and future negotiations might have produced something more balanced, more sustainable. Brenner winced as Watson tightened the splint but continued speaking. I did not act from personal malice or sadistic pleasure. I acted to prevent a greater catastrophe. The road to hell, Holmes observed quietly, is famously paved with such intentions. You speak of preventing war while attempting murder. You claim moral high ground while poisoning men in their sleep. The logic of intelligence operatives has always struck me as peculiarly circular. Steiner had been working to assess the path down, and now he returned to the group with his weathered face grave. The avalanche has blocked the direct route back to the hotel. We must take the long way around, which will add 2 hours to the descent. With an injured man, perhaps 3. We need to start now, before dawn brings warmth that could trigger more slides. The journey down was an education in endurance and the stubborn refusal to surrender to circumstance. They fashioned a rough stretcher from rope and poles, taking turns carrying Brenner, whose pain was evident despite his attempts at stoicism. The path wound down through terrain that seemed designed to test human determination. Steep descents that made every step a negotiation with gravity, narrow traverses where one person's mistake would doom all of them, sections where the rock was so loose that each footfall sent small cascades of stone tumbling into darkness below. Dawn found them still high on the mountain, though below the zone where avalanches posed immediate threat. The sun rose with that particular alpine drama, light flooding across peaks, painting snow in shades of rose and gold, transforming the landscape from something threatening into something so beautiful it made Watson's chest tighten with emotions he couldn't quite name. They rested briefly on a relatively flat section of path, all 4 men exhausted beyond anything that dignity could disguise. Watson checked Brenner's splint, monitored his vital signs, noted with professional satisfaction that despite everything, the injured man would survive to face whatever justice awaited him. Holmes sat on a boulder, his face showing the fatigue he rarely permitted others to see, and spoke to Brenner with something that approached understanding if not forgiveness. You believed you were serving a greater good. Many who commit terrible acts hold similar beliefs. The question that haunts me, Herr Brenner, is whether you ever considered that those who sent you on this mission might be wrong, that perhaps a treaty preventing war serves humanity better than the freedom of action that makes war convenient. Brenner met his gaze steadily. I considered it. I am not blind to moral complexity, Mr. Holmes, whatever you may think of intelligence operatives, but I am also a soldier, and soldiers follow orders, and those orders come from men who see patterns and possibilities that extend beyond individual morality into national survival. I do not expect you to agree. I only ask that you understand the difference between acting from conviction and acting from cruelty. I understand the difference, Holmes replied. I simply reject the notion that conviction justifies attempted murder. History is littered with believers who killed for their causes. Very few are remembered as anything but cautionary tales. They reached the hotel as the morning sun cleared the eastern peaks, 4 men descending from the mountain transformed by their night's ordeal. Mycroft waited on the terrace with a contingent of Swiss authorities and diplomatic security personnel, his expression carefully neutral as he watched them approach. Count Volkov stood beside him, still pale from his own brush with death but upright and determined. When he saw Brenner being carried on the improvised stretcher, Something like satisfaction crossed his face, though he said nothing, merely nodding once in acknowledgement that justice, however delayed and complicated, was being served. The aftermath unfolded with the diplomatic precision that such matters required. Brenner was treated for his injuries and then quietly transferred to Swiss custody, where he would be held while complex negotiations determined his ultimate fate. The German government denied all knowledge of his actions, claiming he was a rogue operative acting without authorization. Though no one who understood such matters believed that convenient fiction, they returned to London 3 days later, the journey reversing the route they'd taken north and east, watching the mountains recede behind them, the landscape descending from dramatic heights to gentle hills to the familiar flatness of northern France, and the channel crossing that brought them back to English soil. Baker Street welcomed them with its familiar chaos. Mrs. Hudson's gentle scolding about their absence, the stack of correspondence awaiting Holmes's attention, the comfortable disorder of the sitting room that was so completely unlike the Alpine Hotel's pristine organisation. Watson settled into his chair with a sigh of contentment, grateful for comfort but aware that something had changed, that the experience of mountains had left its mark. Holmes was already sorting through his mail, his mind apparently shifting seamlessly from international intrigue to whatever domestic mysteries awaited his attention. But he paused after a few minutes, setting down the letters, looking at Watson with something that might have been fondness. "Thank you," he said simply, "for coming with me, for climbing when you would have preferred to remain warm and safe, for risking yourself in pursuit of justice that wasn't even directly your concern. Your presence made the difference, Watson. It always does." Watson felt warmth that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the grate. "My dear fellow, where you go, I follow." Whether to the heights of the Alps or the depths of London's underworld, that's what partnership means. That's what friendship requires. Outside, London's fog pressed against the windows, muffling the city's sounds, reducing the world to familiar dimensions after the vast scale of mountain vistas. The fire popped softly, the clock ticked its eternal rhythm, and the two men settled into their chairs with tea and books and the comfortable silence of those who need not speak to communicate. The adventure was over, filed away in Watson's growing collection of cases worth recording, lessons worth learning, experiences worth preserving. The mountains remained where they'd left them, patient and eternal, waiting for the next visitors who would test themselves against altitude and beauty and the merciless logic of gravity and cold. And in Baker Street, as evening deepened into night, two men who'd seen murder attempted at altitude, who'd prevented catastrophe through persistence and courage and careful observation, allowed themselves the luxury of simply being home, safe, ready for whatever came next, but grateful for this moment of peace. The Alpine Ascent had tested them, had revealed truths about capability and mortality, and the stubborn human insistence on justice, even when mountains counselled indifference. They had survived, had prevented tragedy, had upheld principles that mattered regardless of whether anyone beyond their small circle ever knew or cared. It was enough. It would always be enough. And as sleep finally claimed them in their respective rooms, the city breathing around them in its familiar rhythms, they rested with the particular satisfaction of those who'd climbed high, faced danger, and descended safely with stories to tell and memories to treasure. The mountains remained. The case was closed, and life continued in all its ordinary, extraordinary complexity, each day bringing new puzzles to solve new adventures to embrace, new reasons to be grateful for friendship and purpose, and the persistent human belief that truth matters, that justice serves, that even small actions against great evils have meaning worth fighting for. The Alpine Ascent was complete. The descent into peace, into ordinary life, into the gentle chaos of Baker Street and London, and all that was familiar and beloved, had brought them home, and it was good to be home. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of Toronto, the moonlit calm of Venice, the desert hush of Doha, or the sea breeze nights of Cape Town? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night embrace you. Let your dreams drift wide. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.